Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Foskett, organizer of Tech Field Day and publisher of Gestalt IT. We are here in San Jose, California this morning at the beautiful new NetApp headquarters for a special Cloud Field Day event. We are doing an exclusive one-day Cloud Field Day event focused on multi-cloud with NetApp. This event is packed with great speakers from NetApp. We have heard from them many times before at our Field Day events. But this is a chance to get a little bit deeper and learn a little bit more about NetApp's efforts to build and support an enterprise multi-cloud environment. As always, we are joined here around the table by a wonderful group of independent technical folks from around the world. We had people fly in just for this, and they are excited to hear what NetApp has to say. But of course, all of these folks are not, they don't work for NetApp. They don't, they're not paid to say good things. They're here to represent themselves and to represent the audience. That's why we call them delegates, Field Day delegates. So they are here to interrupt and ask questions and engage and be part of the conversation. Hopefully you, as a viewer, will find that the folks around the table are asking the questions you want them to ask at the moments you want them to ask them. Things like clarifications and digging deeper. And also, I would encourage you to reach out to the delegates. You can find them on Twitter using hashtag CFDX and hashtag multicloud. You can also go to the Tech Field Day website at techfieldday.com or to the NetApp websites that are hosting this live stream and learn a little bit more about them. You'll find their Twitter IDs, you'll find their LinkedIn, their blog, and so on. And that is a great way for you to engage with them. You can pass questions and comments to them. They'll relay them into the room. You can also follow their blogs and follow their social media accounts, their podcasts, their videos, and so on YouTube, and see what they have to say afterward that way. We do this sort of thing all the time with different companies. As I said, with NetApp, we're also going to be returning with another Cloud Field Day event tomorrow through Friday. You can learn more about that at techfieldday.com. While you're there at Tech Field Day, you can also see previous presentations from NetApp, which include some deep dives into some of the technologies you'll hear about today. Again, that's at Tech Field Day, or you can use your favorite Google or your favorite YouTube and find the videos that way, which is how most of our viewers come to us. If you have any questions or comments about what you're seeing here technically, I'm at sfoskett on Twitter, and you can find me on most other social media networks, and I would love to hear from you. You'll also find at Gestalt IT, which is the company, and at Tech Field Day. And again, we would love your feedback on this event. I know as well that NetApp would love your engagement here. You can find them on various social media networks, especially on LinkedIn. Just go to /company/NetApp, where this is live streaming. You can also go to NetApp TV, or, of course, netapp.com to learn a lot more about their products and their services. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the folks from NetApp. And delegates, are you all ready for this? Ready for the discussion? You know, I'm never going to give you guys up. Never going to let you down. No, I'm just kidding. Come on up. I had to lighten things up a little here for Phoebe.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Well, thank you all for joining us today. We are so excited to have you all here in the beautiful NetApp office in San Jose, California. And thank you for traveling this far to come to see us as well. So we are talking about multi-cloud today. But before we do that, I just want to, talk about a little story. We just finished our summer break here in the United States. And I remember a couple of weekends ago, I was sitting on the couch with my partner and his 3 kids, and we were all on our devices because we're a family of this generation, of this millennia. And we were all watching something different on a streaming service. We had the kids watching Spider-Man, Harry Potter, and I was watching Pride and Prejudice, and my boyfriend was watching something else. And it made me realize how lucky we are to have this at the palm of our hands, be able to watch anything we want, to stream it just at the click of a button, and at a really simple monthly cost. And we have a number of these services today to let us do that as well. And it's that ease and that flexibility that makes it really powerful and makes my summer holiday, my summer vacation really easy. And it reminded me a little bit of how enterprises are approaching multi-cloud as well. That there are lots of cloud services out there for us to choose, different cloud providers offering different capabilities, and we like them all, and we want to use them at different times. And just like streaming services, we sometimes end up with more than one, sometimes more than two. And just like streaming services, we sometimes also have a little bit of bill shock at the end of the month. But unlike our movie platforms where we can turn off a subscription, we can't so easily move out of a single cloud provider into another one. We have a lot of other things in enterprise IT that we think about, things like security. I'm not just remembering passwords, I'm remembering all of the resources that I have in a single provider or across all of my platforms. There's a lot of requirements around data protection, around data sovereignty, about where we host our data. And of course, we want to use all of the platforms and all of the capabilities within those services as well. So today, we're going to be talking about some of that complexity, and we're going to be talking about the way that NetApp is helping our customers, and we're looking forward to helping a lot of people solve these problems in the multi-cloud. So our agenda today is, I should skip to it. Our agenda today is quite straightforward. We're going to have a discussion with one of our esteemed leaders here at NetApp, Jeff Baxter. We'll be then spending most of our time with you on demonstrations of how this actually works from the NetApp team, Chuck Foley, Vishnu Cheravalli, and Greg Marino. We will then have a break for lunch and to have a chat about that. And then we will come back for a discussion with our partners and our friends at Google, who are going to talk a little bit about how they see these file services and storage services working in Google Cloud. And finally, of course, as always, we like to have a discussion, lively discussion with you all. So please send through your questions, and we really look forward to having this conversation with you, because this is, as I said, one of those really important topics that everybody is talking about these days. So we're looking forward to sharing that with you. So first up, I'd like to introduce Jeff Baxter.
Hi, Phoebe.
Hi, Jeff.
Good to see you. It's like we've never met.
It's like we never met.
Exactly.
So Jeff has been at, let me say that again. Jeff has been at NetApp for quite some time, actually.
About 15 years.
Yeah.
Getting there.
So maybe could you introduce yourself? And I remember when I joined NetApp, you were in a very different role with a very different experience. So perhaps introduce yourself and a little bit of your background.
Yeah, so I've been in NetApp now for 15 years. Before that, I was an end user, Unix admin, storage admin, right? And I ended up using NetApp, not knowing what the heck it was, ended up liking it so much, I joined the company, right? So as with many things. So I joined as a systems engineer back in the time, right? And worked with end users. And then after doing that for a while, I was CTO for the Americas, and that was cool until the 99% travel and having toddlers didn't really mix very well, right? They're like, who's that guy who I see every month, right? So I switched over to the product side, and I ended up running product management for Ontap for several years, and more recently, in the last year, I moved over to the marketing side as part of my trying to get every job in the company. So I just need to finish with legal. They say something about needing a law degree, but legal, finance, and I think housekeeping, and I will have covered every job in the company.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's quite a storied history, and I think we are very fortunate to have you here today because of that background. So, like I said, we're talking about multi-cloud, and I guess you're in a perfect position to see, what is multi-cloud in the definition of how NetApp would define hybrid multi-cloud?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think we should, by the way, iterate for the delegates here, right? We'll do some question and answer, but this is a great time for you to jump in as well if you have opinions on all this. So it's intended to be, because no one wants to listen to me talk for 25 minutes, right? That's been verified by multiple family members. So the more you can join in on this. But
Please.
when we think about, we talk about hybrid multi-cloud, and I think most people understand that instinctively at this point, right? What we mean by that, but just for a definitional standpoint, hybrid meaning there's usually still some connection to the data center. We certainly see companies that were born in the cloud and have lived in the cloud that are cloud native and have never touched a data center in their life, right? An increasing number of companies like that. But if we look at the large enterprises and still the majority of IT spend out there, there's some connection to a data center. There's something still going in a data center. So this concept of hybrid is still very important, both for us and for many of our partners in the hyperscalers and the public clouds, right? Working with those on-prem data centers. And then obviously multi-cloud is, relatively self-explanatory in terms of being on one or more clouds. So we know that over 80% of cloud users today are multi-cloud, right, according to multiple different end analysts, ESG, other people like that. And when they talk about over the next 3 years, the number of customers that are going to be in more than 3 clouds, and 3 or more clouds is going to grow from, they project, from almost double, right, 31% up to about 68% of customers out there. So it's not going away. It's not subsiding. In fact, it's growing, the number of customers who are going to be out there in data centers as well as in 3 or more different clouds out there.
Right.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Channeling my Howard Marks here. So
Be careful with that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I love you, Howard. So
Who
when you
doesn't?
say corporations that are in one or more multiple clouds,
Yes.
is that distributed workloads, or is that just one workload in each, cloud, like best of breed?
I think it's incredibly rare these days to have one workload that's split among multiple different clouds. I think that we're starting to see a little bit of that, especially in advanced designs where you're designing for ultra high resiliency, right? We're used to, in the data center, talking about 5 nines or 6 nines. In the clouds, we're usually talking about something like 4 nines, and certainly you can leverage regions and availability zones to increase on that. But there are some ultra high architectures where they're trying to, look at balancing, and we certainly have some architectures, like if you look at things we're doing with Spot and others, where we're starting to look at, okay, can we deploy different instances and move them around in clouds for cost efficiency? But I think the vast majority of that multi-cloud environment is I have one workload on this cloud, I have another workload on this cloud, and another workload on this cloud. I think the interesting evolution that's going on right now is moving that from being accidental to being purposeful, right? So I think today, accidentally, people are on multiple clouds, right? They've got Office 365 over here. They've got some developers doing something on Amazon over here, and they've got an enterprise program going on doing something in DevOps with Google Cloud, for example, right? And it's just kind of evolved that way.
Yes.
We think it's going to be far more purposeful in the future.
I want to add to that as well. I think we're also seeing companies that are trying to leverage, when we say a workload, I think that's what we also need to clarify in definition case, right? What is a workload? Is it a single instance of a particular application running, or is it the way that we are actually running our business processes? And if we think about business processes where we may collect data in one place but want to analyze it somewhere else, and that somewhere else may be in another cloud provider, or it may be from on-premises into the cloud, I think that's when we're starting to see some of those workflows becoming more multi-cloud. And going back to what is a workload, it could be one workload or one application, one team that's thinking about it that way.
Yeah.
I like that.
To add to your point, let's step back even further. Let's define cloud, because I've even had some people.
We could be here all day.
Yeah, because I've even had some people challenge me, going, "Well, SaaS isn't really part of the cloud." Are you kidding me? SaaS is the original cloud when it's when we talk about cloud. So there's like you suggested, Office 365 is a cloud. Others may have workloads in AWS or GCP. That is multi-cloud by accident, which a lot of organizations do have. Then you had Salesforce, and maybe you have a Oracle.
Yep.
So, do we include SaaS, or is multi-cloud inclusive of SaaS, IaaS, PaaS?
I think it would be disingenuous to not include SaaS as part of cloud. I mean,
I would agree with you on that one.
It's delivered as a cloud service. Now, I agree with you that it's traditionally more of a, I'll call it easy on-ramp to the cloud, right? You're not choosing the cloud per se, you're choosing the SaaS service that you want. And in some cases, the cloud delivery of it is incidental. And in a lot of cases for the end enterprise, right, they don't have a choice as to what cloud it's being delivered on. You choose your SaaS provider, and they're making the choice in the back end on what hyperscale they want to run on. So I think the interesting evolution is becoming hybrid multi-cloud, to bring it back to this point, on purpose, right? As opposed to accidentally being hybrid multi-cloud because you've chosen a best-of-breed SaaS vendor for multiple different workloads. You're actually directly choosing, I want to operate with Google Cloud directly as an entity. And in some cases, it's about where do you have the business relationship, right? Do you have it with a SaaS provider? Are you sending your money to that SaaS provider? Or are you actually sending it directly to Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure or Amazon Web Services? And that business relationship, I think, is where it starts to rotate.
So I want to move on to sort of some of the common misconceptions about moving into a cloud provider or a multi-cloud environment, like you said. What are some of those that we think, moving out of a data center into the cloud should be easy, but like you said, there are some, I guess, misconceptions or perhaps unknowns there?
I think, moving into the cloud, in some cases, I think is seen as a panacea, and I think anyone who's done that recognizes that it's not in and of itself a panacea. You are trading a certain amount of complexity within the data center. I think any of us who operate inside a data center understand that complexity, understand the needs of trying to keep something running at 5 nines or 6 nines. If you've ever had a lightning strike on your data center, or an actual sewage spill into your data center. That was not a good day, by the way. I'll tell you that story over dinner. Actually, I shouldn't tell the sewage spill over dinner. It's not appetizing. But so we've traded those sort of complexities for the complexities now of operating in a cloud environment and operating in an environment where not everything is completely under our control, and some things we only learn when we actually sort of trip over them for the first time in the cloud, especially when you start to get into a multi-cloud environment and you're dealing with the different APIs, the different command sets, the different portals of all of these different clouds, and trying to achieve interoperability for your business across them.
Sure.
Well, so hold on a second.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we come back to Phil Mulla's question of let's.
Pumala. Sorry to
I
correct.
am so sorry.
It's okay.
Let's define cloud. I mean,
Yeah.
so from the perspective of this presentation, are we defining cloud as quote as hyperscaler? GCP, AWS, Azure. I mean, there's an entire other end of the spectrum that takes care of all of those things still, but it's still more traditional workloads, and I think that's all a part of the conversation. Is that in scope here as well? Or?
No, that absolutely in scope. I think that's a good point. Do you want to say a little bit more about that? Are you talking about cloud service providers? Are you talking down that direction?
Well, I mean,
Imagine that some clouds were perhaps out on a different island than other.
No.
There was an inside joke there that someone's going to explain to me at some point.
So I mean, there are cloud service providers, but I mean, I would make the argument that once we started virtualizing workloads, we were creating clouds.
Yeah.
And so, it's a hybrid cloud, should take all of those things somewhat into account, and definitely we should be optimizing for each of those. Different workloads have different needs. The reality of it is there's still legacy applications that aren't going to be cloud native now or probably in the next 10 years.
Right.
Unfortunately. I wish that they were gone, but yeah. I just definitely let's keep, that in scope.
Yeah, I absolutely want to talk about that a little bit as well, that when we think about cloud at NetApp, and I think sometimes we see the cloud providers, and I mean all cloud providers, even private cloud providers, people providing platforms for their business units, for their application teams, for their for other users as well, as part of the cloud story. And we don't really, we differentiate logically that there is a public cloud or hyperscaler cloud and a private cloud, but we really want to think about them as a single place that you would go, or something that you would build, and then the place that a developer might go or a data scientist might go to get a service. And so, one of the things that I'm seeing definitely, and we talked about a little bit before this, Jeff, was the evolution of how platform engineering is really becoming, again, a cool term, where it was a cool term a couple of years ago, where we are trying to build these platforms. And it shouldn't matter. What you really want at the end of the day is, do I get the outcome that I was actually looking for? Was that it? Do I care that it was in a public cloud provider on premises? As long as I got the right security and I had the right service and I have the right time to delivery, then it shouldn't really matter. And that's really one of the things that I think we're seeing a lot more, and we'll be demonstrating. Yay!
Yeah.
Which I'm looking forward to.
I think it really is that evolution that you're talking about of cloud to. I think we have to be careful when we talk about abstraction layers, because that means something technically, right? And when we talk about virtualization, that means something technically. But it's this concept of, instead of it having to be a net new learning curve with every new data center, cloud service provider, hyperscaler or public cloud provider, and it's a completely new learning curve, that it's part of the platform each company is building for themselves, right? And I think that's the important evolution, where we're looking at a world where we move beyond sort of walled gardens, where each individual is its own individual experience, and every time you stand up a new workload, it's a brand new learning experience, to how can we abstract that up so that, just as you mentioned virtualization, just as if you bring in a server from another vendor, it's not relearning everything. You might be going back a couple of years, maybe you're dealing with the offline management is a little bit different, right? The BIOS is a little bit different, but everything up the stack has been abstracted, has been built into a process, and is part of a workflow, right? How do we do that but up-level it to the cloud layer, essentially?
So I'm going to ask that. Yes.
Can I ask a question on your multi-cloud environment? In the mobile industry, right, we've got 5G being deployed by the service providers, also the enterprise, and they have very much a concept of moving data towards the edge to reduce backhaul and also latency. So how does the multi-cloud then incorporate data on the edge for those kind of environments? What's your perspective there, and how are you working on that?
So I think there's It's a great question, and honestly, I think it's a good open conversation. I think that we're very nascent today as to whether the edge is considered to be its own domain, its own category that's treated entirely differently, or if the edge is extensions of the cloud and will be managed as the cloud service, right? And I think that even, I'll be really honest, vendors like to come up here and say, we've figured everything out, right? I mean, I think we're learning as well about how we want to treat the edge, because, we'll demonstrate, my colleague will demonstrate sort of our cloud manager software and how we think about managing resources across the cloud. When you start thinking about thousands or tens of thousands of endpoints, if every car is an endpoint, some of those traditional models start to break down, right? You're not going to model it as though you have 10,000 data centers, even though in some cases you have 10,000 data centers on wheels. So I think that I don't think we've entirely figured this out, right? I think this is a challenge that all of us in the industry have to figure out right now, is how we're going to model that, right? And is data truly going to live out in the manufacturing facility, in the car, in the air, or is it a respite for AI ML to gather some insights, and those insights are going to be pushed back, right? And I think it's probably going to be more the latter, just because even though with 5G and everything like that, bandwidth is not increasing at the same rate as the rate of data growth, right? So we're still going to have that inequity in the pipe getting to the data.
One of the things I see, and I'm not a storage person, so jump all over me, but one of the things I see is that when we look at data, the same piece of data needs to be in different places in the network now to be acted on in a different way. So at the edge, it's much more responsiveness. We want to act on it. In the center, it's more analysis. And dealing with how we deal with data when it doesn't exist in one place, I think is perhaps the biggest challenge, to think, re-architect our networks that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. A lot of what we've been doing, especially in the AI/ML space, is moving away from the idea of storage, right, where data goes to a place, and thinking about it as a pipeline, right, where data is always in transit. In some cases, it's in more than one place, right?
Exactly.
And so when we built out like our data science toolkit and other things like that, it's based upon the assumption that there may not be an authoritative final state where the data is. It may be constantly existing in this pipeline that will go from edge to maybe a data center, right, maybe a cloud. We think most likely it'll go from edge to cloud, right, do some processing there, and then maybe be stored on a data center for long-term archival sort of, use. But yeah, definitely, I think it's going to be moving into more of a pipeline.
So I have a question there, and this relates to the pipelines and the workflows, right? Because do you guys see that we're at the point where we have workflows that maybe even the people who you sell to and who actually manage traditional data centers now, do they even understand these terms? I mean, we've spent this long talking about the definition of cloud and multi-cloud. So, do you guys see us at a state or getting to the state where people need to start really understanding what these workflows are, because that's how applications are being written? Or are the developers there with these ideas? I mean, because it seems like there's a mismatch of how infrastructure will be to how infrastructure needs to be when we finally start developing applications this way.
Yeah, and I think we go back, and I come from an architecture background, so I'm always asking, okay, that's cool, but so what? Why do I need this? What is the reason that we are building a really cool feature in Ontap? And I think it comes back to, we need to understand what those requirements are, whether it's an application that's going to live in a place with persistent data in a single location, or whether it's a workflow and the data is going to move around. We really need to understand what is it that we are trying to do, and then the infrastructure has to support that flexibility, and I think that's what we're looking towards. And I mean, not to speak for for Jeff here, but I think what we're definitely seeing is helping the infrastructure be more flexible, helping the decisions that you make be flexible, so that you are not going through a single decision path that is going to lead you down a particular architectural route that then you realize, oh gosh, I now need that at the edge. How do I have to unwind all of those decisions? So yeah, I definitely see that happening.
Wouldn't it also be said that if I was going to create cloud, I'll use quotes here.
There were air quotes in case you weren't on camera. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As a good operational guy, I would say cloud is an operational model. It's not a destination, right? We've heard that used multiple times before, and I think it's interesting in all these different discussions that we hear. There are things that we take for granted now, like platforms. Like for instance, if I go to AWS, it has a GUI that I can go click, 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 boom, 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 and then all of a sudden stuff gets spun up and it just works, right? And we get used to this idea of cloud as that platform. So maybe that is what is the connector when we talk about all these multi-clouds, because at the end of the day, it's an operations model that takes things into assumption, kind of like a declarative language. Like it knows that there are things that are going to be there, and then it builds based off of that.
I think that's exactly right. While you were saying, I was thinking there was an old SNL skit talking about something that was both a floor wax and a dessert topping, right? I don't know if you're, I'm dating myself, right? So I think cloud is honestly both of those things, and I think that's where a lot of the confusion stems from, right? Because I think I think to be fair, cloud can describe, the hyperscalers at a certain scale, because there does become almost like this transformation called a cloud singularity or something. When you get to a certain number of cores in data center under management, something transforms, something happens, right? Something that none of us are going to be able to achieve, even in the Fortune 5, right, within the scope of a data center. It's just, it's more than the sum of its parts when you get to that sort of scale. Not to mention the number of sheer bodies and intelligence that people like AWS or Azure or Google Cloud can throw at problems when they want to solve them. So it is a thing, right? I know we were joking offline before about the bumper sticker, right? Cloud is just someone else's data center. And I think that's true, but it's a massive reinvented data center, right? It's like saying that a battleship is just a upscaled sailing boat, right? It's like, nah, I mean, they both go across the water, but one's got scale, right? But at the same time, I think what's more important is cloud as a model, right? And cloud as this way in which you operate across disparate resources and across the hybrid multi-cloud.
So Jeff, I want to ask then, we're here with some great presenters from NetApp. What is that NetApp perspective on, and how is NetApp making what we would consider cloud services, whether it's a reinvented data center or whether it's workflows? How is NetApp making that better?
Yeah, so I think the number one thing about NetApp to understand is that we have been really all in on the cloud since cloud wasn't cool, right? Like we were like, had our pocket protectors and saying this cloud thing is awesome back when a lot of what have been considered traditionally on-prem companies were seeing the cloud as potentially a threat, right? And we've always seen the cloud as an opportunity. That's the reason why we have these best-of-breed partnerships with Google Cloud, with Microsoft Azure, with Amazon Web Services, right? In terms of engaging with them. I think we did our first demo of our software running on the cloud in 2015, 2014, something like that, right? And we were talking about that. It's going close to 7 or 8 years now, right? So from our perspective, the cloud is absolutely critical. It's an absolutely huge imperative. And our goal is to build this sort of ecosystem around it so that companies can take advantage of the hybrid multi-cloud without necessarily having to refactor all of their data, all of their applications, or to support them if they are refactoring, right, as they move to the cloud.
And when you think about some of the challenges that we talked about here, from edge to developers to, how are we consuming the cloud? Is it something that we need through APIs?
Yeah.
What is happening with NetApp's, I guess, platforms or our products in that space to make them more friendly to people who perhaps are not, familiar with NetApp from 20 years ago? Yeah. So the first thing I want to do is not steal Chuck Foley's thunder for the demo later, because I think he knows where I live, in Jersey. But I don't want to steal a lot of that thunder. And in fact, that's what we'll spend the majority of the day. If people are getting tired of listening to me talk, right? Cool demos are coming in less than 10 minutes. So stand by for that. Don't tune out just yet. But we're building our software to be essentially cloud agnostic and data center agnostic, right? We're building, and everything we do now is cloud first in terms of how we deliver things, delivering it as a SaaS sort of offering, right? And so you look at these services and they're all embedded into our cloud offerings such that our customers can use it across any of the hyperscalers of their choice. We even support, when you look at observability, right, and things we've done traditionally there, not just traditional NetApp things in the data center, but basically just about any storage or data infrastructure that can run in the data center. We're trying to offer that visibility for customers so they can actually see what's going on in real time right there. And we actually think one of the key things we can do is deliver that observability, right? Because I think that's been one of the biggest challenges is once your data gets out in the cloud is where is it? It's kind of a dude, where's my data sort of moment, right? And so being able to provide that visibility so that then we can offer value-added services around compliance, around governance, around privacy. We really see that as the future of the company, right? We want to provide that visibility. And the way NetApp's a for-profit company, right? The way we continue to grow and the way we continue to build this is to offer not just keeping people in walled gardens or silos, but offer these value-added services across their data wherever it is. That's awesome. So last question for you then, is if we look at the multi-cloud or the cloud as we've defined it here today, what is one thing that we would like people to do, or what's one thing that you think that they should do in order to really empower and evolve their cloud strategy?
It's a great question. So I think the key thing to be doing right now is to really look at, instead of looking at it in silos, instead of looking at it, what are we doing with this cloud, what are we doing with that cloud, is really trying to establish what is your overall multi-cloud strategy moving forward, right? And move it from being, we had this discussion at the very start of our discussion, move it from being this thing that happens by accident on a workload by workload basis to being intentional, right? Like, how am I building a management platform in the future? I think a lot of us, for our data centers, in some ways almost lucked into having vSphere as our management console of choice, right? It kind of came with the package, right? That was, we used to, a decade or more ago, we used to say that everyone thought the hypervisor was the secret sauce of VMware, but there were multiple hypervisors. The real magic was the first time you did a vMotion, right, between machines, and then you were hooked, right? So it's how do we, instead of having that happen by accident, how do we start to build out a control plane? How do we start to build out this sort of hybrid multi-cloud visibility and control intentionally so that we're taking control of our destiny as we move into the multi-cloud instead of just having it thrust upon us?
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'll leave you with that point, to take control of your multi-cloud destiny. But thanks so much for joining me here today.
Thank you, Phoebe. Thanks.
So I'm going to pass it over to Chuck Foley now. I'm not sure if he is coming up here. Hello, Chuck.
Good morning, Phoebe.
It's
I hate following that guy. He's like one of the smartest guys I know, and so there's no win to follow him or dogs or children.
All right. Well, I will hand over to you.
Hey, I really appreciate you guys spending some time with us today. You've already shared with them the agenda for the rest of the day, Phoebe, so they know how much time we have, right? Good. There's 2 minutes and 41 seconds left in this session, is what that says. So I'm going to spend some time with you guys going a little deeper on some of the things that Jeff shared with you. Really, I have, for the next few minutes, I've got 3 objectives. Let you know what we're hearing, let you know what we're seeing, which is sometimes different than what we're hearing, and kind of give you a preview of some of the investments that we're making. And that's really the big one. You have, over the past couple of years, seen some pretty significant investments from NetApp in this hybrid multi-cloud chaos landscape that Phoebe and Greg spoke about. And we're making a lot more. And we're also then, I'm gonna take the chance in a little bit to bring up some of my counterparts. They're gonna actually dig in, roll up the sleeves, go onto a live system, and show you how these technologies work together. But to make the point and to really drive home what we're seeing and what we're hearing from what Greg and Phoebe shared with you, we spend a lot of money with industry analysts. We try and keep an eye on what's happening with our customers and what not only do they need today, but what they're going to need next year and the year after, because some of these go-to-market cycles are pretty long in development. What's become really loud and clear from the analysts that we're working for is that we have kind of moved from a public cloud and private cloud distinctive. That kind of moved to a hybrid cloud, and Pumala actually asked the question about, tell me about workloads, and does that mean one workload across all of them, or is it independent workloads? The answer, by the way, is yes. I talk with customers all the time and ask them that question, and the answer is yes. To some customers, it means workloads by cloud where it makes sense. There's other workloads we're seeing where a part of the workflow is in one cloud and a part of the workflow is in another cloud. I will tell you that at NetApp, we're working hard on developing what we think is a defensible lexicon so that we can keep all of our 10,000 employees on the same page with what's a workflow, what's a workload, what's a use case under a workload, et cetera. But everybody seems to be coalescing around this, which is the world is moving their workloads to a hybrid multi-cloud scenario, and they're looking for a single way to interface with that. That has become what I refer to as the bleeding from the neck problem that our customers are facing. It's not a question of are you using cloud? Look at the numbers. And you might have your favorite number jockeys. So I don't care if you're looking at IDC or Gartner or Forrester or GigaOM or ESG or Evaluator Group, et cetera, et cetera. They all have great numbers, and they're all fairly well aligned. So we pick a few and put them out here so you guys see what we're seeing. 97% of the customers that have been surveyed are using cloud for IaaS. That's another question that came up. Is it SaaS, PaaS, IaaS? The deepest level from managing an infrastructure perspective is IaaS. It's not just am I using O365. Am I actually using resources that I have to know and manage and buy and keep an eye on and that I'm responsible for keeping secure? That's a pretty big deal. Most people are doing that, and hybrid multi-cloud is the standard. I'll give you some, open the kimono, some dirty laundry. We did some surveys of our own customer base between, I think it was December and March, to get a handle on how many of you are private cloud, how many of you are public cloud, basically only, how many of you are hybrid cloud between the two, connecting workflows for DevOps or backup or analysis, and how many are hybrid multi-cloud. We were really surprised. I did an informal survey. I talked to some people in the sales and marketing and finance and executive ranks before we got the numbers in. I said, where do you, if you're drawing a bell curve, where do you believe our customers are? Are they private cloud, private cloud like data centers? Are they public cloud or hybrid, where they have a data center, because most of our NetApp customers, right, have data centers. Are they hybrid, meaning they're connecting their private data center to a public cloud? Let's consider that one, because there's a few analysts that they have an influence on our lexicon, are driving the message that hybrid cloud, we have to kind of keep it to one primary in your data center. Or are they hybrid multi-cloud? We expected a bell curve, right? A small percent, and the numbers I was hearing were more around 20 to 25% of our customers, this was our internal assessment, were private cloud. The bell curve were hybrid cloud, meaning they have data centers in the primarily Azure or AWS or Google, et cetera, and that some of the leaders, maybe 25, 30% were hybrid multi-cloud. That number has actually shocked us, because that number came out to be that 93% of our customers surveyed were hybrid multi-cloud. They were very clear. I value my data center resources for what they do and what I need them for. And guess what? Azure has things it does really well. AWS has a different set of strengths that I want to leverage. Google has a different set of strengths that I want to leverage, and I want to be able to. What the heck? I've opened up to the cloud. I want to use all of them. An inordinately large amount of our customers are using all of the cloud environments, not all, multiple cloud environments to complement their data center footprint. That was an eye-opener for us. Because what we are beginning to realize is this level of complexity is not linear, it's logarithmic. It's not just, oh, I need to use this cloud and that cloud. It's multiple frameworks, multiple tool sets, multiple skills and competencies. I had a great conversation with a couple of you guys last night about what you're facing with your staffs, competency, manpower, and the need to have, these are not fungible resources where, oh, he knows this, he can do that over here because Jim Bob is on vacation. I talked with a customer about 3 weeks ago that says, I have different teams with different skill sets. I have an Azure team, an AWS team, and a Google team, and my first two teams are doing great, but this team on this cloud over here, I lost 3 people to recruiters, and it's killing me because they use a different lexicon, a different skill set, a different set of tools. I can't just pull somebody over here and put it in there effectively. So our customers are saying, I want the scale and performance, the confidence in the cloud that I had out of data center infrastructure. I want the flexibility to do it all, but the real big one is that last bullet, simplicity. NetApp, I need you to make it easier for me to take advantage from an infrastructure and application services and data services perspective. I need you to make it easier for me to use these different clouds. So that's a problem we're really keying on. And so our investment is, we're looking at the requirements that are coming from increased staff demands, increased competency demands. When you get complex like that, you get decreased visibility. I can't watch everything. And if you have decreased visibility, I have too much stuff going on, your risk goes up. Your risk not only of things like breach and failure and availability and SLAs, your risk of cost overruns. If you guys are like most of the customers I talk to, you see it, that they say, look, we throw it out there. We'll check later to see if we're using it. How many times, oh my gosh, in NetApp, I got to tell you, we spend a lot of money on public cloud for all the right reasons. But we have times where we spin up an environment for a proof of concept or a demo or training or whatever, and we have to remind ourselves, go back and check that. Because you got a lot of resources spinning there that are hitting the clock. And we have a lot of customers that saying one of their number one problems is cost overruns, because that takes money out of the business that could go to generating revenue and decrease business agility. You need to be able to move and capitalize on opportunities when you see them. As a result of that, we're investing in expanding our ability to have a common technology base everywhere. We're really, really happy about what we've been able to do with Ontap in the cloud. Jeff noted for you that it's been about 9 years since we have first brought Ontap to the public cloud. It's now available in all of the public clouds, a common format for storing and managing data. And now we're going these next layers of how do I provide service to that data? Be it data protection or governance or compliance or cyber resilience and cyber resiliency. And how can I do that on a policy basis? Not just I can see it and I have to go take these actions, but what if I could apply a policy that fit across all those operating environments? We're going to show you some of that. A real key thing is our increased investment in automation, AI, and ML. There's so much work to do. I think we all realize there's just not enough people to do all that work. So what we've got to do is find ways to use AI and ML intelligently, to automate a lot of the infrastructure tasks. Another great conversation we had, at least at my dinner table last night, was about where we're training our people in the industry. The question that came up from two of you is, where do people get trained on infrastructure anymore? Where do people get trained on storage and compute and provisioning volumes and aggregates and setting protection levels? Because most of the people I'm interviewing that are now coming out of college in their 20s, they don't even care about DevOps as much anymore as they do application development, and I'm getting smaller and smaller and smaller amounts of my people that really understand the critical aspects of infrastructure that all this cool stuff sits on top of. And we're feeling is maybe, we're going to reach a point where the generation that understands infrastructure and the generation that is moving on to some of the next things are going to have a break and the bridge can collapse. So how can we use AI and ML and automation to do some of that infrastructure work so that we can compete with the lack of resources? And how do we innovate in our consumption models? So this is what we're going to go over with you. We're going to show you in just a few minutes that we're going to put some hands-on with you about how we're addressing these challenges. We think that we have a really significant opportunity here if we can bring a unified hybrid multi-cloud data services platform. It's built on Ontap. Ontap is the world's leading storage operating system. Block, file, data management, protection, resiliency, availability. It's used by some of the most demanding users of technology in the world. So it's really well proven. And now that we have the ability to have it in every different environment, we can bring you the capability to lay management services on top of that so you don't have to go piece together your own. And we're working with a lot of our partners and having an open interface that we can bring in some of our partners as well as our own technologies and bring simplification to what really is a pretty complex world. I'm going to share with you a few terms before we get into the demo so you know some of the things we're talking about. I want you to have the lexicon in your head so that when really smart guys like Greg and Vishnu come up and show you workloads in motion, you know what they're referring to. First, we're going to talk about the ability with the NetApp platform to be able to store your data. You know Ontap. Most people in the enterprise IT industry know the capabilities of Ontap. We now have Ontap in all of the major clouds. Not just do we have Ontap there? Our hyperscaler partners have partnered with us to make it a part of their plumbing. We have native first-party services in major clouds. We have Azure NetApp Files in the Azure cloud. We have Cloud Volume Services in the Google Cloud. We have Amazon FSx for NetApp Ontap in the AWS cloud. These are services provided from your hyperscaler through their console, through their billing mechanisms for those that need enterprise class storage capabilities. We then have a NetApp offering called Cloud Volumes Ontap that spans all three clouds. So you can either use a hyperscaler provided flavor of Ontap, you can use a NetApp provided flavor, and the good news is it's all Ontap.
Which three clouds?
Amazon, Azure, and Google. We also have Ontap Select running in the IBM cloud.
And Oracle Cloud.
At this point in time, we don't have official support in Oracle, Alibaba, and some of the other ones. But if you look in the industry, what you see is that cloud file storage is the #1 fastest growing data footprint in the cloud. I mean, there's a massive object store, but file storage is growing incredibly. And so we're having a lot of conversations with other providers that might be able to want to leverage this as well. But today, it is Azure, Amazon, and Google, and Ontap Select and IBM Cloud.
And Chuck, if you don't mind, one of the things that when we always say that APIs and this idea of presenting APIs, humans don't consume APIs, humans consume software that consumes APIs, and that's why the partner thing, you already kind of jumped right to, you're creating a partner ecosystem, which is as, if not more important, because you can have the most fantastic APIs in the world, but if you don't have hyperscaler partners, development partners, other, Kubernetes, CSI plugins, CNI plugins that can reach this stuff, the API is meaningless to me. And then on the cost side too, like you talked about being sort of deeply ingrained that you can offer services, so that means I can cut my cost down because the cloud is cheaper as long as you're willing to pay more. But the problem is
I love that
if I try and deploy Ontap myself, sitting on top of AWS, I'm not gonna do it well because it's gonna use far too much. Like how deep, we'll obviously see it, we'll get to the real bits, but what other partner ecosystem stuff are you doing with like development partners and other software services that need storage backends to create this unified ecosystem?
So two-part answer to that. You're right. What we're doing with the major hyperscalers, and between those three, they have the overwhelming lion's share of the public cloud footprint. So we may not be everywhere, but we are taking in a priority order based upon where our customers are spending their money. Having Ontap as a service offered through the hyperscalers means we're getting into their plumbing, into their console, so they can engage their services. Let me give an example. Having Azure NetApp Files being a native Azure service means it participates on that control plane with other Azure services, like Azure Kubernetes solution or Azure VMware solution. Having CVS offered by Google means that Cloud Volume Service, or CVS in Google Cloud, can participate with the other native Google services like GCVE, Google Cloud VMware Engine. Having FSx for NetApp Ontap as a native offering from AWS means it's part of the AWS control plane, it's a native service, and so if you're going to use other AWS services, they can interface natively. RDS Custom, for example.
Right.
There's a really long list on every one, and I don't want to say that every cloud has got every service done for their NetApp Ontap implementations yet, because the list is really long. As big as AWS and Azure and Google are, they got a lot of work on their plate too. But I can tell you this, there is a long list of services. They prioritize them just like we're doing. They check through that list. They give validation and certification of this storage footprint with those native services. That's a real strength for our customers because that brings them an incredible level of confidence and simplicity. But you asked about third parties. Let me give you a great example. We're going to talk about it a little later, is VMware. We've got a massive amount of customers that are running VMware as their hypervisor platform in their on-premise data center environments, and they've wanted to bring some of those same workloads and all the runbooks and policies and processes they have up to the cloud, and there have been some technological challenges. We have worked with VMware, with Azure, with AWS, and with Google to be able to lift a footprint up into the cloud by providing a supplemental data store. We're going to go into the detail on why that's important and how we did it. But that took over a year of joint development between three of the biggest players in the industry. Well, on any given cloud. The cloud player, VMware, and NetApp. And sometimes it's a little complex because when you're doing it in Azure, Azure VMware solution that's an Azure service. When you're doing it in AWS, VMware Cloud, that's actually a VMware service running in their managed account. And we've all seen, depending on whose account it's in and whose VPC it is in and how you're connecting to other people's VPCs, et cetera, can bring layers of complexity. But that shows you the investment we made. Nathan?
On that same point, just defining for something like Azure Ontap NetApp files, right? And defining that in terms of like what it can do with other native Azure services, to me it sounds like almost exactly the same thing. I could do almost exactly the same thing with just native Azure files. When then moving to VMware, the whole reason why we're moving from vSphere on-prem to VMC on AWS, AVS, whichever cloud solution you're utilizing, is because it's the same platform, the same poor binary files. I'm assuming there's some sort of secret sauce that's inside of these things that adds that connectivity for NetApp as well.
Yes, and that's a great point, and that's the key. It's not just big, fast, always available storage. It's the ability for that to play with the rest of the control plane. Because as you say, it should be as easy as that. If I'm going to use Azure as an example, and since you brought that one up, and I have my list of options from Microsoft. I can choose Azure Files. I can choose Azure Files Premium. What if I need some of the advantages that are not there? What if I'm running an SAP HANA in-memory database that requires guaranteed sub-millisecond response time? And there is another one. It's right off the checklist, and it's part of my control plane. And when I set up my SAP environment, it's natively integrated, and it has the services that I need. And it's integrated with the rest of my Azure services for backup and data protection and audit and compliance as well. Okay, I want to set some other nomenclature in front of you so you know what we're talking about. Protecting the data. It's not enough to just store it, because as I found out when I dropped my phone in the lake 3 weeks ago, if you don't back up and protect that data, don't worry, I got memories of my grandkids last year. I just don't have pictures of them anymore. And that carries some real economic value when you're a large corporation, so you got to protect that data. We have a service called Cloud Backup. We're going to demonstrate it for you. Cloud Backup is a SaaS-delivered service to protect data directly from an Ontap system, either on-prem or in the cloud, directly to a secondary object store, either on-prem or in the cloud, any of the clouds, any of the 3 major clouds, without needing backup software.
Can you go cross-cloud with it?
You can go cross-cloud. I can say, and we're going to show you actually. So I want you to bring that up for Vishnu and Gleg. I want you to say, I'm backing up from here to there. Can I back up from there to there as well? We have customers that have to do that for whatever their compliance regulations. They need a 321, a 421, a 522, or whatever. They don't want to go from my on-prem to this cloud, and I need to back up from this cloud to that cloud. Yes, it can do that.
Is it backups or a backup service, or is it snapshots?
It's a backup service that uses block level incremental forever. So your baseline, your first baseline becomes your last image, and then you update that incrementally over time, and you can restore either files or complete volumes. So for most of our customers, it serves the purpose of both snapshot and backups.
And is this a NetApp native backup service?
This is NetApp native. We manage it. It's a SaaS service. And again, if I have on-prem systems, it's from Ontap to object. You can go Ontap to Ontap with our SnapMirror technologies, for example, but for more of a backup versus a DR, a lot of our customers are saying, I want to go directly from my primary to the most inexpensive, scalable storage I can get, which is, in many cases is object. Point and click, set and forget. We're going to show you how easy it is. So remember that term, cloud backup. The next is how we help you optimize the storage and the data that you have. So we have the ability to tier data. Some of you may have seen this before, whereas I've got a petabyte on site. I need another couple hundred terabytes forecast. Supply chain constraints are making it kind of tough to get, or budget makes it tough to get. How about if I find out data that I have in my primary ONTAP footprint that hasn't been touched in X number of years? I'll pick a number, 2 years. You can set policies where that is tiered off to a more inexpensive object tier, either on-prem or in the cloud, according to your policies, but it uses the same namespace. So if I have an application or user that needs that, they don't need to say, I need to go here and get it. Their application goes to open that data, and it's retrieved from whatever object tier that it was moved to. Cloud Sync, because we see mobility with hybrid multi-cloud, mobility is becoming a much hotter issue than it was a couple of years ago. We have customers that need the ability to move data from any to any. I need to go from this storage footprint in this cloud to that storage footprint in that cloud. Maybe I need to go from NFS to object. Maybe I need to go from an iSCSI LUN to an SMB. Maybe I need to go from S3 to blob. You can move data any to any with some really easy, elegant drag and drop simplicity. We'll show you that in a little bit. Helps a lot with migration workloads, DevOps and testing workloads, big data analysis workloads where I say, I got this data 4 different places. I need to get it in that bucket so I can have some analysis run on. And by the way, some of it's from NFS and some of it's from SMB and some of it's from iSCSI LUN, but I need that object bucket so I can run data analysis on it. And one really exciting technology we have is Cloud Volumes Edge Cache, which is an edge caching technology to allow our customers to get rid of dozens, hundreds, even thousands of distributed file servers Think of those Windows file servers that sit in every manufacturing location, distribution office, regional sales office, et cetera, that somebody has to manage, back up, do compliance. We've had customers that called and said, we need to talk to you about that solution because we just figured out our file server walked away a couple of weeks ago. It's not there. Last time anybody remembers using it was 2 weeks ago. Nobody saw it. It was sitting in a closet. It's gone. Literally, that kind of stuff happens. Imagine if you can consolidate those into a single cloud footprint. That's Cloud Volumes Edge Cache.
On the tiering and optimization, how much of it is purely NetApp specific platform development versus leveraging the whatever the cloud offers in that they have to have tiering available that you leverage, or are you basically back-ending the entire tiering? We obviously will I'm giving you the tough question that we're going to give folks later as well.
It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a flow. Again, it's us working with those other object partners. Of course, it's very simple if we're going from an Ontap system to an on-premise storage grid system. That's our object implementation. That's the easiest. A little tougher if you're going to S3 or Blob or Google Cloud Store. But we've worked with them to make that happen so that you set it up. It is Ontap source, and it's only Ontap source. But it can be any of those object targets. And so we've worked with the major cloud partners as well as our own object team, of course, to make sure that I can set it up and have it tiered regardless of wherever I need it to go. And it can go from cloud to cloud. It can go from Ontap in the cloud, like CVO, to another cloud instance in a different object store.
So right on top of that, could I do something like that for hybrid cloud, like a VMC on AWS to an AVS?
VMC is a little tougher because VMware has its own hypervisor layer in there that's managing the storage, if you're familiar with vSAN, for example. So you wouldn't use that for a VMC. You would use it if you have a VMware cloud environment here, and I need to recapture some storage space. I'm going to tear it off, but it's not a migration. It's a tiering from one working environment. It basically extends that working environment to the cloud. But let's not think of the tiering as a migration. So it's not that I'm going to tier from ESX on-prem to AVS in the cloud. That's not it. You would have to use a migration process for that.
So something like cloud backup, could you like back up information from one to the other or vice versa?
Cloud backup is I got a source, I got a target. I can restore it to a different target. So I can use, as a matter of fact, we're going to show that today, how I can back up from one Ontap instance to a backup store and restore either to that one or to a different target. If that different target, for example, maybe it's a CVO guest in a VMware Cloud instance, you could do that.
Thank you.
Two terms to remember that are really topical these days in the days of cyber resiliency: Cloud Data Sense. Cloud Data Sense is about governance and compliance. Number one thing about Cloud Data Sense: where is my data? Who has access to it? What are the permissions on it? How often has it been used? Is it even my data? I got 3 petabytes out here. How much of it is non-business data where my 5,000 employees are using me as their own personal Netflix library? Do I maybe want to see that and flag that and move it off somewhere or delete it because it's against policy? Governance. The second is compliance. HIPAA, PII, GDPR, DSARS. We're going to show you some examples of that. So this is now saying, let's put some intelligence on the data. Let's allow you to govern and ensure your compliance risks are mitigated. And that, by the way, one of the things I love about Cloud Data Sense is we took the perspective of let's make this not just Ontap. Let's make it heterogeneous. Because we have customers with heterogeneous stores, either from other vendors on-premise or like OneDrive and SharePoint. How can I have my platform provide governance and compliance capabilities and cyber resilience capabilities to the rest of their data stores? That's bringing real value because that cuts to that heart of simplification. Cloud Secure, you'll hear referred to, and anti-ransomware, AI-driven, ML-driven anti-ransomware capabilities. I'll get into that. Management. The cockpit of this is Cloud Manager. Cloud Manager is a hybrid multi-cloud console that allows you to have visibility into, to discover and deploy and manage data and data services across the cloud environments. Cloud Insights is an infrastructure layer. So Cloud Manager is about deploying the data resources and the services that are associated with that. Cloud Insights is about what's happening at literally your system level, your storage level for health, performance, availability. Are you running out of resource? Are you going to hit a roadblock? Both, not just for storage, but for storage, for compute, for applications like databases. We'll show some of that. And the developer environment of cloud native. We're a huge, not only believer in, but a huge investor in cloud native Kubernetes enablement technologies. You might be familiar with Trident. Trident is a CSI, a container storage interface used to attach Ontap to Kubernetes clusters. We started that. It's open sourced. We have expanded that with Astra Control Service and Astra Control Center, either on-prem or cloud implementations, to be able to bring data management, migration, and portability and protection to the cloud in ways that you've been doing in your data center.
So is the intended audience for that developer so that they can develop their own storage, or is that actually for operators to manage the storage delivered up to the platform the developers use?
More the second. It is more to give those Kubernetes development teams, SREs, and even some of the some of the infrastructure teams like SREs, give them the capability to continue with their CI/CD pipeline, so they can be really fast and really agile and use container-based technologies to deploy new technologies real time, but do it using a real enterprise-grade persistent storage layer that has snapshots, backup, mirroring, and portability. So if I move a workload from here to here, I don't move that workload, but I lost the connection to the persistent store. One of the things we're seeing in the Kubernetes world is, if I go back 5 years, persistent store, I mean, you had a capability, but the really cool thing about Kubernetes and containers and Docker a while ago was I spin up an instance, I have my pod or my cluster, my application has its data, it manages it, and when it's done, everything's gone. I don't need to worry about it. And then they started to find ways that this is a really cool scalable way to deploy applications overall. Let's use this even for our on-prem development. And they needed to find ways to make use of larger sets of on-premise storage systems. And that's where the develop capability came in. So it's really targeted for those people developing applications that need to use persistent storage based upon its scale, its availability, and they need the manageability around with it. Okay? Now, we're going to...
One quick to carry on the Kubernetes piece. How much of the percentage of contributors to Astra Trident are outside of NetApp? You know, I don't know if you know that number, but...
I don't, but that's a really good one. So I can ask one of my peers, like Zach Mitchell, to see what percentage of our contributions to the Trident GitHub come from outside NetApp. I know there is. I know we have certain people that we look to, and we say, it's really cool what you're doing with Astra Trident. What else do you think we should do with our teams? But I don't know the percentage. We can find out for you.
Yeah, so I'm just curious because as I always tell people that putting it on GitHub does not open source make, right? Like it's not automatic. Just because it's open technology doesn't mean it's necessarily an active open source ecosystem. I mean, you've got lots of issues, which is fantastic. That means people are finding stuff that they want, and I love that move to so people seem to be engaging with the open community, but yeah, just be interested in how broadly people outside of just the straight NetApp core are helping to drive innovation in that area.
The last I saw, there was over 1,000 enterprises using it, but we'll find out what their contribution is. That's an interesting question.
I want to add to that, Chuck, actually, as I think you're about to set up your demo, right?
That's right.
Is that, with open source as well, it means making that code base available. So you might like Trident, but you might want to do it your own way. So you can. I mean, does that make it supported by NetApp if you go and fork our repository and change it? No. But there could always be that potential. And of course, there's ways that those code bases may be merged. If you come up with a really great feature and we go, actually, we really like that. Here's the value of open source. It comes back into the community. And so we definitely invest a lot. It's not just lip service to the open source community. It's definitely looking to the community, looking to what customers are looking for, but also taking advantage of the acceleration that open source provides just any project being able to do that. So, Chuck,
we had one more. Avril's got a question as well, yeah.
Yeah, Chuck, going back to your slide with your product, could you explain to me where the AI, the MI fits, and where your open interface fits that you talked about? Because I'm not seeing it.
So, first of all, we're finding ways to embed AI and ML throughout all the different services. To us, that's kind of a back-end service. If we do this right, we'll have the customer-facing services, the ability to store your data, protect your data, govern your data, and then we have a back-end layer of services, which is the API layer, the tenancy layer, et cetera, That's where we can engage AI ML and plug it into each of those. They use it to different degrees. To be brutally honest, Cloud Backup doesn't use a lot of AI. Cloud Backup is this source goes to that target. Cloud Insights, as an example, managing infrastructure, now uses AI to say, what anomalies am I seeing in user behavior taking place on Ontap data? Or Cloud Data Sense uses AI and ML to say, what user access anomalies am I seeing in certain data sets? Ontap, all the way down at the storage operating system level, has the ability to say, I'm seeing things I haven't seen before, such as increasing encryption rates or aberrant user behavior that are outside of policy. What step needs to be taken next? So we're using AI and ML as a technology. In each of these, we're not providing an AI service to our customers. What we're doing is we're investing in AI and ML really to drive the AI ops that we can deliver to you.
So have you chosen a specific AI engine that you're using right across these platforms? Are you using different engines? I'm trying to understand technically what it is you're using to deliver it and what your open interface looks like. You know?
Yeah, so I would say that when it comes to our interface and our API level, that's into the services. The AI enablement is under that. We're not exposing the AI service to our customers. So we're not saying, hey, we're using AI for Cloud Insights. You can plug into the AI and make it do different things, because this is a supported service we have to offer.
Okay.
And Cloud Insights, as an example, or Cloud Backup, or Cloud Tiering, or Cloud Data Sense, those are not open source. Those are SaaS services. We're injecting them with AI, but we're not opening that layer. The layer above it is the API layer, where you can have your frameworks interface with some of those services, if that helps.
Okay, thanks.
Now, one of the things I said before, not only is it all Ontap, but it's all in one place, and this is where the rubber meets the road, because this is our Cloud Manager interface. It is a SaaS-delivered global control plane that lets you discover and deploy and manage storage, data, and data services across the enterprise. I don't want you to even have to look at that slide, because guess what? We're going to go real time. We're going to go live. I'm going to invite a couple of my counterparts up. So Greg Marino and Vishnu Charavalli work with customers on an everyday basis. They have customers that are saying, I'm migrating my SAP to the cloud. How do I do this? I'm implementing VMware on the cloud. How do I do this? My auditors are coming down on me saying I don't meet their compliance requirements. Help. I got to migrate XYZ workload. These guys face all kinds of scenarios. So you guys come up. Vishnu specializes. He works primarily with our Google teams. Greg specializes and works primarily with our Azure-facing teams. And we're going to ask Phoebe Go, who you've already met, who's literally our voice of the customer. Phoebe has pulled customers and account teams and actually has real-world problems that customers face. And we're going to have them do that. But before that, I'm going to make sure just real quick that you know the layout of Cloud Manager that they're going to be using. First of all, you'll see this area here we call the canvas. The canvas is where you can see graphically your environment. Yeah,
where is Cloud Manager? Is this a SaaS offering?
Cloud Manager is a NetApp SaaS offering. So we're offering, you don't have to run it. And I'll give you a clarification. If you are a secure government industry agency or in a secure industry where you need to run it in your data center, there are certain services, not all of them, that can be run in a dark site mode.
Thank you.
Generally, Cloud Manager and the associated services are SaaS delivered services that I'm going to be showing you today. So the first thing you see is on this canvas, what do you notice? This is a multi-cloud environment. You've got Azure resources, you've got Google resources, you've got AWS resources. I can see them and work with them in one place. Number two, on the right, any given environment, you'll see the different working environments, but if I click on one, I will be able to go deeper into any given environment. So I clicked on the CVO and Ontap here, or if I click on the Azure NetApp files and Azure down here, I can see more information about the environment. I could actually go into the console for managing that specific environment down here. I'm not going to do it right now. You'll see that in a minute. The left navigation that you'll see us using shows you the capabilities that you have for those different working environments, for provisioning storage, for data protection, for consumption, for ransomware, et cetera.
Is all of this exposed via API, and do all of the functions, are they presented?
The functions are presented where they're applicable. So there are some services that are applicable to one given service, but maybe not another. Maybe Cloud Vendor A has gone through the validation and certification for a certain service, like Cloud Backup, and Cloud Vendor B might not have yet done that. So that would not be presented as an option for that.
But they are
the APIs are open. So let me show you, just to give you a feel for what we can do. I'm going to add a working environment. I'm going to say that I'm going to add, I'll tell you what, I'm going to add an on-prem NetApp environment. So what I showed you before was all cloud stuff, right? What if I want to turn this into a hybrid multi-cloud environment? What you just saw in seconds, now I had to have the credentials and I had to know where my system was. But I've just added right down here at the bottom an on-prem NetApp system that if I wanted to, I can tell that it's there, it's already set up, it's got a certain number of volumes and capacity that are already set up on it. It was literally that easy. I want you to think about the problem I talked about before about your staff not having expertise in different areas. A cloud guy can find and integrate this into his management framework literally in a matter of seconds. It's not just the on-prem environment, however, because what if I said, you know what, I want to add a cloud instance, maybe for a hybrid cloud workload like DevOps. I can say I want to go into and add a Cloud Volumes Ontap instance in Azure. I don't need to know a lot about Azure. I'm going to call this one Chuck CVO. I do have to have my credentials.
So the credentials are high enough. If I'm trying to access this from this NetApp Cloud Manager, at what level on the AWS side credentials do you need?
You need your credentials stored for your AWS account, your Azure account, your Google project. When I bring this up, you need to re-enter your user ID and password for that account, but your account credentials were already set up. In this instance here, I already have those 3 accounts, so the account credentials themselves are already set up.
And you have, okay.
They were set up the first time. If this was a totally blank canvas and I went to do this for the first time, I would have had to enter all of my AWS or my Google or my Azure credentials, not just my user ID and password.
Okay.
So what you see is I'm in the process of adding this. Now, what we've done is we've built in some automation to help get to self-service. It's not only let's handle the skills gap for existing people. What if you want to get to a point where your DevOps team or your SRE teams can provision storage according to policy, according to their role, and make it stupid and easy where they don't need to know, is this an M5X large, or do I need ST1 disk? That can all be templatized for you. So I've said I want to add a CVO instance. It says, do you want to turn on these services? My company has a policy that says we would like compliance, backup, and monitoring to be the default. I can say no. I can even say why I'm saying no. This user drift behavior is captured for later analysis, so that not only us, but our customers that can have people doing self-service, they can determine what's working and what's not, who's deploying according to policy and who's not. Really good user behavior intelligence. I would then select the region and the availability zone, the VNet, the subnet. Yes, I have connectivity. It will allow me to either create a new resource group or use an existing resource group. I'm going to take the defaults here. It then tells me what level of CVO would you like to have, because I can either use a freemium level. Freemium, by the way, is we're actually providing Ontap capability in the cloud up to 500 gig for free. It's not a trial. It's not a demo. It's yours to use, full function, up to 500 gig. And our customers find that really useful as they're determining if a workload will fit or not fit. I'm going to choose that one for now. I could choose one of the other ones. And then let's get back to the templatized basis. The system will say, my company has already set up these different profiles. Is this like a POC in a small workload that needs a certain amount of storage and SSD because you want it to go well? Or is it a cost-effective DR that's going to use standard HDD or something in between? I'm going to choose the DR scenario because that's what I'm going to use it for here. While I'm here, I might as well assign a volume, give a size to that volume, choose the defaults, say, yes, I want to use the storage efficiencies that are already set up on the system, confirm the configuration, and guess what? I'm done. It was about 2 minutes, and I walked you through how to set that up, and I didn't have to know anything about Azure infrastructure, which VM to use, which storage types to use, which networking services. I just followed my defaults that are set up according to policy by the company, and what you see is that's just been set up and it's right there. You got a question? Somebody did.
Yeah, I
Gina.
do. Yeah, so yeah, it was really fast, really easy, and there's defaults set up, and anybody can do it, but that can also be really freaking dangerous. So, like, who sets up the defaults, and how are we sure? Because, like, none of this is free.
So you have role-based access. You're right. You have role-based access. I happen to have administrator access signed on. You can have different user levels of access. So, and you can set what they get to see and what they don't. You don't have to give everybody access to this. You don't have to give your DevOps team access to everything. And you can give them access only to certain levels, because sometimes the developers, they're going to choose the biggest and fastest of everything.
Of course.
Right?
Why wouldn't they?
So you can have role-based access.
So there's obviously a lot to pick apart here.
Yeah, we're going to turn this into security field day right now.
Well,
Hold on your hats.
That's what I don't want to go down like a lot of rabbit holes here, but so roles-based access control, you've got your policies defined by the customer themselves. They've created that. From the FinOps perspective, is there cost monitoring that's like thou shalt not exceed, thou shalt not do, transfer data from?
So there is cost monitoring.
Yep.
FinOps happens to be, and we're going to talk about FinOps in a little bit.
I saw the dollar sign and I got really excited.
It's exactly right, because FinOps is one of the biggest pushes for why we're doing this. We had a discussion last night with the delegates about trying to bring IT ops, DevOps, Cloud Ops, and FinOps closer together.
Right.
So where FinOps are not the bad guys. FinOps are actually the guys that help you get stuff done in your company. And we've built some things in here in our consumption model capability. I want to show that in a little bit. Is it okay if I ask you to hold the thought as to how we give FinOps visibility into, control over, and access to what's actually being used and what's not, and what's been provisioned and where people stand with it?
And if you can tie that back to architectural patterns and how those are defined. So like your FinOps and your EA team should be closely aligned. They never are. And so when an EA creates an architectural pattern and then creates a policy for it, the magic sauce would be to have like a FinOps overlay that says, oh, okay, this is a great idea, but you're dumping all of your Azure stuff into an S3 bucket and your transfer costs are going to be skyrocketing. So if there's a way to make people not do that, that would be amazing.
I got to be honest with you, we've done a lot. That's the kind of input of where we see it going.
Okay.
And so I can't tell you we're going to have everything today. Today we're starting with visibility and management control for FinOps. And FinOps can then provide input into the templates, which determine what role can do which things.
With tagging and alerting and
That's
all that
right.
stuff.
And
cool.
we have the ability over time to get there,
I will
but we're going to have to grow into
my
that.
excitement.
All right.
Quick question. So what if you're in an organization that's mandated no doing anything in a portal, everything must be infrastructure as code? Where does this play in?
Then you would be using the API layer. You don't need to use Cloud Manager. Cloud Manager is wonderful for teams that are stretched really thin. Smaller teams, in some of our smaller and medium-sized customers that don't have massive, Google teams, Amazon teams, on-prem teams, Azure teams, et cetera, or self-service capability. Most of our customers will use Cloud Manager for some things, but also use infrastructure as code and no-ops for other things, and that's why the API layer is so important. They can coexist.
And
Okay?
I would like to add, we have Terraform providers too, so a lot of our customers use Terraform.
Absolutely.
I was just going to ask Terraform.
Yep.
And one other thing too is that when Chuck went through and created this, at the very last step, you could have it spit out the REST APIs that you would want to use. So there's a JSON file that you can use, and then you can templatize that JSON file so that you just run through it once, and then you use your JSON file after that to create the common templates and keep everything consistent.
I'm going to be the security and auditing kid. I'm going to say the things that need to be said. Where is the privileges managed? Like, are you delivering least privileged credentials to this through your Azure account? And then from here, there's different granularity of control for role-based access. Where is auditing happening for changes that are occurring? Is it happening here? Is it also pushing it back to like a cloud trail? So because we may have cloud-based infrastructure teams and security teams that will never want to interact with this interface.
Right.
And they're basically firing CloudTrail into a Rapid7 or whatever other thing they're doing, and that's their source of truth. So where is stuff like security and auditing and privilege use being either controlled as well as logged?
Does it differ on between the two hyperscaler providers you work with?
No, so pretty much the entire infrastructure is on the hyperscaler, right? So Cloud Manager is essentially the hub to send and receive APIs. And as Chuck mentioned, you can use the SaaS version of it, or you can deploy it on the Cloud Connector, a VM essentially running in your environment, providing that access. So it's completely within your hyperscaler environment.
We don't override anything the hyperscalers are doing.
Right.
We're using their APIs. Now, I know Phoebe wants to get to some of these cool use cases. You're going to see some of these. Do you have both mic'd up and you have them turned on?
We do.
Excellent, good. You guys they're just going to use the environment you're seeing, and they're going to build on this as we go. So you're seeing a model built as we go.
Well, you saw the basic, I guess, building blocks. Like you said, there's a lot to unpack here. But what we generally see is, if Vishnu and Greg or I go out and talk to a customer or a partner, you're really talking about some of the challenges that would happen after the day 2 or onwards operational scenarios that they're going, how do we solve these problems? So I'm going to ask, the way we'll set this up is I will provide a scenario. It's generally based on real use cases, but without using real names. And I will pass it to our cloud architects to solve as they would if we were in an experience with an actual user. And if they solve it properly, then they don't get paged tomorrow morning. So everything works well. So the first scenario that I was provided. Okay, we have a use case from a customer in Sydney. Dave says, I am at a cybersecurity company and we've been using Google Cloud for some time. We have legacy workloads on premises, including ones that store sample malware on NetApp arrays. We've been asked to refresh that array, and we've decided it's a good time to also refresh our backup environment. That's sensible. Anyway, we want to see what's possible in the cloud. Maybe use that backup data for something more than just backup. And we, of course, need to make sure that our backup policies are maintained. So, it sounds like they want to back up their on-premises array to Google Cloud and then make it available to use in that active cloud. So Vishnu, why don't you start us off in this canvas?
Absolutely. And before we get to the fun stuff, I would like to reiterate what Chuck mentioned earlier. We at NetApp strive to make data management as simple as possible for our customers. So our entire cloud portfolio, along with Cloud Backup Service, follows that train of thought. I'll show you how easy it is to enable backup and protect your data in just a few clicks, right? So in this particular scenario that Phoebe went through, the customer has an on-premise cluster that needs to be backed up. So let me go add another working environment. So on-premises, select on-premises, Ontap, provide some of my necessary networking side of things. And as long as we have the plumbing between our on-premise data center and the hyperscaler of choice, in this case, we're going to use Google Cloud, we can find our on-premise cluster, as you can see over here. Now, going to backup and restore, we have our navigation menu with all the different auxiliary services and products that Cloud Manager offers. I'll go into backup and restore. As you can see, on this particular environment, we haven't enabled backup. So I would click on Activate Backup, select the particular environment. So all my environments that are on the canvas has been already pulled up. And just with a few clicks, I'll be like, all right, this particular AFF cluster on-prem, enable backup over there.
Okay, but this is cluster-to-cluster backup at this point, correct?
It's cluster to GCS backup. So directly, without any middleware or middlemen in between, Cloud Manager is going to orchestrate the backup, which is snapshot-based. I believe you asked that question earlier, into GCS.
Okay, so you're landing into an object storage platform.
Exactly. And we do have... Sorry.
How is that handling the bucket split up? Is that all landing into a single bucket?
It'll be landing into a single bucket of our choice. So you can, so say, we'll definitely get into the restore part of it. If you do not need this data for a year, you can go into cold line or even deep archive. So based upon what the restore cadence is going to be, to make it a more cost-efficient solution, you can select the tier that you're moving the data to.
Okay, are you Are you guys defining any kind of top-end maximums in terms of how large a volume can be or how many volumes can go into a particular job? Because object storage itself has some very definite top-end limits as to how many objects you can land into a bucket before your performance goes in the tank.
So that's a very good question. So the main key factor over there is it's block-based, as Chuck mentioned earlier. So the initial copy would be your first snapshot, then everything else is incremental forever. So the objects are not going to be direct file, it's going to be the changes in the block.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can only have, by like laws of physics and how object storage works, you can only have 5 million objects in a given bucket before things go horribly, horribly awry, and your databases that power the underneath that start to fall off.
So we haven't seen ever hitting that max threshold, but I can definitely get back to you on that, whether that is something that we can change on the bucket level, or is there a functionality within the APIs at least to get to that. All right, I can definitely get back to you on that. Right.
Is there a reason that you're using cloud backup service versus just snap mirroring it?
So snap mirroring would be the entire volume, the data, and the snapshots going into it. Here we are only taking the snapshots as a backup and provides that form you can later on restore from. So that would be the difference. Yeah.
The other part is, remember, Becky, we're going from an Ontap, NFS or SMB or whatever he's going to do, to an object. So you want to go through that conversion at the same time. So it's not just snap mirroring an Ontap volume A to an Ontap volume B, because that's likely to be, as he noted, larger and more expensive. It's an Ontap volume to an object bucket, and then it's not snap mirroring always. It's only the incremental blocks are changed.
And it's more of a DR versus backup. So do you need an active, passive kind of environment? Then you would just snap mirror, which we would be also going through later on with them. All right. So over here, you can select the hyperscaler of choice or even storage grid on-prem. So I would go with Google Cloud.
Since Google's in the room, that's a good choice.
Yeah. And I work as a cloud solution architect on the Google Cloud side of things too. So my preferred cloud. And I would provide all the necessary info to reach my Google Cloud storage, the region that I'm looking to back this data to, so I'm going with US West 3. And this is where we set the policy. So I can create a new policy with different cadence like hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and provide the number of snapshots I would like to retain. Or else, if cloud managers are already been used to do backup earlier, we have some existing policies too, right? And now we get to the screen where which volumes would I like to back up? I'll go with all my volumes. We need to be in compliance. And there's a neat little feature over here saying, if you check this box, any new volumes that are added to this working environment will be backed up. So especially our compliance-driven customers, you don't want your script to fail or a volume not to be backed up later on to get hit by compliance issues, especially our healthcare customers with Hipaa compliance and all. They need to make sure the data is backed up. So that's the whole reason.
Well, set and forget.
As we talk about backups and general data protection and compliance, we open up the story about encryption. What happens where, let's say, we have to have our customized KMS in one cloud. We use that in order to sign and encrypt. How can I possibly restore that into a secondary cloud, which does not have the same target KMS? Where's encryption and decryption happening both at rest and in transit? Sorry, that's like we could spend 4 hours digging into this, but.
So in this scenario, we are moving to a GCS bucket. So we would be only restoring either to on-prem or to another Ontap cluster within Google Cloud. So if you're using Cloud KMS, like say you want to bring your own keys, you can do that on the Google Cloud bucket, right? Or you can use Google's own managed keys. So it would be one or the other, right?
And for you.
Yeah, so when we think about where does the encryption occur and when does it happen, like how much is encrypted in transit as well as at rest?
So at rest, it would be on the storage bucket, right? So now our proprietary SnapMirror or SnapMirror Cloud encrypts the data in transit too, right?
So is this only supported with hyperscaler? So is it S3 native commands you're using to do this? And is it just the hyperscaler S3, or are we supporting S3 compatible? So if I have something that does object storage on-prem or somewhere else, can I target that as a repository for this kind of capability?
No, currently it's only S3, GCS, Azure Blob, and then storage grid, which is proprietary NetApp S3.
S3 is, as you know, it's a standard that's not a standard. And so we have to, if we're going to provide a backup service, we have to validate and certify the targets.
Okay.
Azure Blob, Google Cloud Store, Amazon S3, and our own storage grid implementations are the current ones that are supported.
Okay. And then are you leveraging the native immutability, object lock capabilities for those services?
There is. So that's recently added. I'm not getting into it, but there is a capability to do that. Yeah. Okay. That's a very, I would say.
We just made an announcement last week.
Yes.
Of invoking the object lock capability in the hyperscaler.
Okay. Not to like go all the way down the weeds, but are you using bucket policies, or are you actually doing it on the writes? So each block is individually addressed with object lock?
It'll be each block individually addressed. Yeah. Now, any true backup solution is only as good as its restore capability. And I believe you had asked a question earlier, where can you restore it, right? So you can restore it back to the same on-premise cluster if that is a requirement. But the scenario for our customers that Phoebe just went through, they have malware data that needs to be backed up. And anytime a new product release comes into the picture, they need to run few tests or regression tests on this malware data. And this is a very cost-efficient solution where you have the backup, as and when required, build a cluster in the cloud, restore the data, run your test, and you can even automate the entire thing, shut down the system. So it's very cost-efficient. So let me show you how easy it is to restore. I'll create a Cloud Volumes Ontap or a CVO cluster in GCP to showcase this. So I'll again go into Add Working Environment, select Google Cloud Platform, and in this case, I'm going with Cloud Volumes Ontap single node. And like Chuck went through earlier, I'll provide all the necessary details. I'll provide a friendly name for my cluster, my user admin password,
no pressure.
No pressure. For some reason, I'm not able to.
Is caps lock on?
Type. I don't think so, but. Yeah.
And while you're working on that piece, because we obviously will dig into the sort of multi-cloud use cases, but I think Chuck and everybody, the reality of most of the customers is they generally will back up and restore into a single target, like this beautiful panacea of like, restore anywhere, like 0.4% of your customer base, I presume. And given your public company, I want to be careful how I ask you a question that makes you commit a number like that. But in the past, where I may have worked for a public company that has like 3 letters in it, same thing occurred, right? Where we like the intellectual idea of running through this, like I could run it anywhere, but in reality we don't.
I want to say that, and one of I think the use cases we mentioned earlier is that you're not necessarily restoring the entire backup into a different cloud, right? You generally want a file or an area of it for audit, and so in that case you'd restore it and then use that data, replicate that data, and have access to that data only. And that could be anywhere. As we said, you may want that in another cloud. But you're not necessarily going to do direct restores all over the place, because that doesn't really suit a workflow. I mean, that's not most people's workflows, I would say, and definitely not the ones that we
we learned a couple things over the past couple years as we brought cloud backup service out. We initially started with a cloud-only service, then it became a hybrid service. And what we learned is, number one, because one of the questions we get all the time is, well, this is Ontap 2, but can it do everything? And the answer is no. It's an Ontap 2. We're bringing value to that Ontap-based data, block level incremental forever. And most of our customers said that's okay. We have 2 to 4 backups on average, backup segments anyway. We don't have the one button that backs up 1,000 different environments. We don't spend a lot of money to back up a lot of our Windows file servers. We use VSS for that. We use a high power one over here and a cloud-based one over there. So number one, having a segmented fit. Number 2 is they helped us really understand their views between restore, volume restore, and file level restore, and DR. And I want to restore anywhere have to have that capability. That is not normally because I screwed up a file, let me restore it. That's because something happened to the primary environment and I got to restore it. And most of our customers are going to have a DR strategy.
Yeah.
Excuse me for that.
Chuck, one question I would have is, so incremental forever is great, especially, well, incremental forever is great. How, from your customer base, what are you guys typically seeing for retention levels? And then how are you dealing with that person that's doing GFS or something like that and then has to recover from a month ago? And now you've got to roll back through every single one of those restore points to actually get what they need.
Go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say, so we are doing incrementals forever, but it's actually viewed as a one backup volume because the way we do things with Ontap, where everything is pointer-based, we're doing the same thing in the cloud as well. So you're not having to go back, restore the first backup and then restore 20 days worth of incrementals to it. It's a one restore backup because it's using those pointers just like we use in the Ontap side to give you the ability to restore that whatever snapshot you want to restore from.
Yeah, so you can go back wherever you need to for your RTO, RPO objectives.
Yeah, but not incrementals forever.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had it, I'll say, I don't want to necessarily call it a particular product, but let's say it rhymes with Tivoli Storage Manager that I may have used in the past that had incremental forever. And the idea that I could take my distributed environment, back it up to the mainframe using TSM was fantastic. Again, many, many years ago. I'm an older fella. I've been around this game for a while. And that was always, every time I'd go to restore, they'd be like, oh yeah, we seem to have lost that particular object. So effectively, it was like the old Windows 42 disk set. So this was the problem we would bump into, is that like the incremental forever sounds great, but
that's why we have
risky.
Some of the search restore capabilities. I don't know if we're going to go into it, if we want to go to another scenario.
We can quickly just show you,
but we can do a global search. So if you lost that file, you don't know where it is, because you can back up different environments to different clouds. You can do a global search for Bob's file.
Yeah.
For example.
There is a catalog as well of the backup that I think you're going to
Exactly. So you can,
show,
I'm just
and then
quickly,
we'll wrap up.
yeah, we can quickly show you, like say there is a restore at the volume level or restore at the file level. So you get a catalog where you can pick and choose which file to restore, right? Now we can go into the next scenario.
And carry on Chris's early conversation about FinOps. How do we manage egress charges? I mean, presuming you're doing a certain amount of compression before restore to limit egress costs and usage.
At this point in time, there's no forced implementation of that. You get benefit because it's block level incremental forever. You're not restoring whole files. You're only restoring blocks that have changed, and the blocks that have changed as far back as you want to go. So you're having a fractional egress compared to if I back this whole thing up, I have to bring it back depending on your use case. But we're not yet at the point to say, hey, you can only spend X amount of money in egress. Egress is a reality of our world. And so one of our challenges is let's find creative ways to let our customers do what they need to do without facing the smallest possible egress charges. We do that on our edge cache instances. We do that with block level incremental forever, but we don't yet have an implementation to put a governor on how much you have coming out
Sure,
yet.
it makes sense.
And you get your efficiencies that carries over.
That's
So if
right.
you have,
Compression,
So it's a
compaction, dedupe, all that still applies.
All right, well, we're going to wrap this scenario, and we're going to take a quick break. I think we probably have a lot of discussions to have in that break as well, but we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Cloud, two cloud, red cloud, blue cloud, orange cloud, green cloud, old cloud, new cloud. This one has the best security. This one has the most maturity. Some clouds let you run code on the go. Some clouds are fast or carbon zero. Some people use 2 or 3 or 4. Maybe you are using more? If you need cloud integrations or to streamline operations, NetApp's here to save your bacon. From data storage to data sense, NetApp is multi-cloud intelligence. To make your multi-cloud conducive, don't miss Cloud Field Day exclusive.
Dun 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 dun. Under pressure? The cloud used to be fun. It was the terrain of hot startups and cutting-edge enterprises. Being a cloud professional was cool, and it still is. But today, you're under a lot of pressure from finance, from developers, and security threats, both internal and external. And things are more complex than they ever have been. There's a bajillion challenges every day, and you probably have more than a few things keeping you up at night. Hello everyone, Nick Howell here. I just wanted to jump in and give you my 5 things that you can do right now, today, to depressurize your cloud. Oh, and before I forget, we've got a whole page of product services and solutions for you to check out with everything we're about to discuss over at netapp.com/cloud services. So be sure to head over and check that out when you're done here. NetApp delivers cloud data management and storage that puts you in charge and helps you de-stress with industry-leading services built for the clouds of your choice. While the cloud offers all kinds of different application services, everything you do there is dependent on the underlying infrastructure resources. You need to understand what's going on so you can actually manage it. You need visibility across all your environments. You don't want to spend the rest of your life hovering over dashboards and manually adjusting resources like some crazed crypto trader. We have the tools powered by AI and machine learning that let you automate provisioning to meet the performance and scalability needs of your applications without lifting a finger. Now, if you've used the public cloud, chances are you've also experienced sticker shock. Maybe you added some storage capacity for a few terabytes of old cat videos on some high-performance expensive storage, and then completely forgot about them. I won't name any names. Look, you don't want to be that person who gets snacks and beer cut from the break room because you blew the budget, right? Trust me, you don't. The cloud operates much differently than a data center. Over-provisioning is just unnecessary, and it ends up running up the bill. You can use automation to continuously align your workload requirements to the most cost-effective resources, and then tear off any cold data. Your apps get what they need, your cloud bill becomes manageable, and finance stops beating down your door. Also, just because it's in the cloud doesn't mean that it's auto-magically safe and protected. You have to protect everything in the cloud: data, infrastructure, and resources. But something as simple as a cloud misconfiguration can open the door to hackers in hoodies with ransomware that will seriously ruin your day. You should do everything you can to make sure you have solid security practices in place for all cloud processes and enterprise-grade protection that automates threat monitoring and detection. It's like an extra set of eyes watching over everything 24/7. You can deflect and defeat attacks and mitigate the impact before the world, or your boss, even knows anything happened in the first place. Developers don't want to have to worry about boring stuff like storage and databases or the endless tickets to get it all set up. They simply want a highly reliable environment to work in. The less time DevOps teams spend on infrastructure, the more time they get to create cool stuff. But container-based application development gets tricky real fast when you're trying to deploy at scale in constantly shifting multi-cloud environments. Now, obviously, automated storage provisioning helps, but we take it a step further to make sure all of your applications are ready to run from day one. You get to enjoy the enterprise-grade benefits of powerful data management for stateful cloud applications. I mean, imagine having consistent, pervasive storage automation with powerful backup, data protection, and disaster recovery capabilities built in. Look, the cloud is complicated. I'm not trying to say it isn't, but it doesn't have to be. And here at NetApp, we've got your back. We spent the last decade building strong relationships with Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud, so you can trust that we know how to help you get the best out of whichever cloud provider you choose. Thanks for hanging out with me for a few minutes, and don't forget to head over to netapp.com/cloud services for cool demos, how-to videos, and much more. Take care.
One cloud, two cloud, red cloud, blue cloud, orange cloud, green cloud, old cloud, new cloud. This one has the best security. This one has the most maturity. Some clouds let you run code on the go. Some clouds are fast or carbon zero. Some people use 2 or 3 or 4. Maybe you are using more? If you need cloud integrations or to streamline operations, NetApp's here to save your bacon. From data storage to data sense, NetApp is multi-cloud intelligence. To make your multi-cloud conducive, don't miss Cloud Field Day exclusive.
Dun 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 dun. Under pressure? The cloud used to be fun. It was the terrain of hot startups and cutting-edge enterprises. Being a cloud professional was cool, and it still is. But today, you're under a lot of pressure from finance, from developers, and security threats, both internal and external. And things are more complex than they ever have been. There's a bajillion challenges every day, and you probably have more than a few things keeping you up at night. Hello everyone, Nick Howell here. I just wanted to jump in and give you my 5 things that you can do right now, today, to depressurize your cloud. Oh, and before I forget, we've got a whole page of products, services, and solutions for you to check out with everything we're about to discuss over at netapp.com/cloud services. So be sure to head over and check that out when you're done here. NetApp delivers cloud data management and storage that puts you in charge and helps you de-stress with industry-leading services built for the clouds of your choice. While the cloud offers all kinds of different application services, everything you do there is dependent on the underlying infrastructure resources. You need to understand what's going on so you can actually manage it. You need visibility across all your environments. You don't want to spend the rest of your life hovering over dashboards and manually adjusting resources like some crazed crypto trader. We have the tools powered by AI and machine learning that let you automate provisioning to meet the performance and scalability needs of your applications without lifting a finger. Now, if you've used the public cloud, chances are you've also experienced sticker shock. Maybe you added some storage capacity for a few terabytes of old cat videos on some high-performance expensive storage, and then completely forgot about them. I won't name any names. Look, you don't want to be that person who gets snacks and beer cut from the break room because you blew the budget, right? Trust me, you don't. The cloud operates much differently than a data center. Over-provisioning is just unnecessary, and it ends up running up the bill. You can use automation to continuously align your workload requirements to the most cost-effective resources, and then tear off any cold data. Your apps get what they need, your cloud bill becomes manageable, and finance stops beating down your door. Also, just because it's in the cloud doesn't mean that it's auto-magically safe and protected. You have to protect everything in the cloud: data, infrastructure, and resources. But something as simple as a cloud misconfiguration can open the door to hackers in hoodies with ransomware that will seriously ruin your day. You should do everything you can to make sure you have solid security practices in place for all cloud processes and enterprise-grade protection that automates threat monitoring and detection. It's like an extra set of eyes watching over everything 24/7. You can deflect and defeat attacks and mitigate the impact before the world, or your boss, even knows anything happened in the first place. Developers don't want to have to worry about boring stuff like storage and databases or the endless tickets to get it all set up. They simply want a highly reliable environment to work in. The less time DevOps teams spend on infrastructure, the more time they get to create cool stuff. But container-based application development gets tricky real fast when you're trying to deploy at scale in constantly shifting multi-cloud environments. Now, obviously, automated storage provisioning helps, but we take it a step further to make sure all of your applications are ready to run from day one. You get to enjoy the enterprise-grade benefits of powerful data management for stateful cloud applications. I mean, imagine having consistent, pervasive storage automation with powerful backup, data protection, and disaster recovery capabilities built in. Look, the cloud is complicated. I'm not trying to say it isn't, but it doesn't have to be. Here at NetApp, we've got your back. We spent the last decade building strong relationships with Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud, so you can trust that we know how to help you get the best out of whichever cloud provider you choose. Thanks for hanging out with me for a few minutes, and don't forget to head over to netapp.com/cloud services for cool demos, how-to videos, and much more. Take care.
One cloud, two cloud, red cloud, blue cloud, orange cloud, green cloud, old cloud, new cloud. This one has the best security. This one has the most maturity. Some clouds let you run code on the go. Some clouds are fast or carbon zero. Some people use 2 or 3 or 4. Maybe you are using more? If you need cloud integrations or to streamline operations, NetApp's here to save your bacon. From data storage to data sense, NetApp is multi-cloud intelligence. To make your multi-cloud conducive, don't miss Cloud Field Day exclusive.
Under pressure? The cloud used to be fun. It was the terrain of hot startups and cutting-edge enterprises. Being a cloud professional was cool, and it still is. But today, you're under a lot of pressure from finance, from developers, and security threats, both internal and external. And things are more complex than they ever have been. There's a bajillion challenges every day, and you probably have more than a few things keeping you up at night. Hello everyone, Nick Howell here. I just wanted to jump in and give you my 5 things that you can do right now, today, to depressurize your cloud. Oh, and before I forget, we've got a whole page of product services and solutions for you to check out with everything we're about to discuss over at netapp.com/cloud services. So be sure to head over and check that out when you're done here. NetApp delivers cloud data management and storage that puts you in charge and helps you de-stress with industry-leading services built for the clouds of your choice. While the cloud offers all kinds of different application services, everything you do there is dependent on the underlying infrastructure resources. You need to understand what's going on so you can actually manage it. You need visibility across all your environments. You don't want to spend the rest of your life hovering over dashboards and manually adjusting resources like some crazed crypto trader. We have the tools powered by AI and machine learning that let you automate provisioning to meet the performance and scalability needs of your applications without lifting a finger. Now, if you've used the public cloud, chances are you've also experienced sticker shock. Maybe you added some storage capacity for a few terabytes of old cat videos on some high-performance expensive storage, and then completely forgot about them. I won't name any names. Look, you don't want to be that person who gets snacks and beer cut from the break room because you blew the budget, right? Trust me, you don't. The cloud operates much differently than a data center. Over-provisioning is just unnecessary, and it ends up running up the bill. You can use automation to continuously align your workload requirements to the most cost-effective resources, and then tear off any cold data. Your apps get what they need, your cloud bill becomes manageable, and finance stops beating down your door. Also, just because it's in the cloud doesn't mean that it's auto-magically safe and protected. You have to protect everything in the cloud: data, infrastructure, and resources. But something as simple as a cloud misconfiguration can open the door to hackers in hoodies with ransomware that will seriously ruin your day. You should do everything you can to make sure you have solid security practices in place for all cloud processes and enterprise-grade protection that automates threat monitoring and detection. It's like an extra set of eyes watching over everything 24/7. You can deflect and defeat attacks and mitigate the impact before the world, or your boss, even knows anything happened in the first place. Developers don't want to have to worry about boring stuff like storage and databases or the endless tickets to get it all set up. They simply want a highly reliable environment to work in. The less time DevOps teams spend on infrastructure, the more time they get to create cool stuff. But container-based application development gets tricky real fast when you're trying to deploy at scale in constantly shifting multi-cloud environments. Now, obviously, automated storage provisioning helps, but we take it a step further to make sure all of your applications are ready to run from day one. You get to enjoy the enterprise-grade benefits of powerful data management for stateful cloud applications. I mean, imagine having consistent, pervasive storage automation with powerful backup, data protection, and disaster recovery capabilities built in. Look, the cloud is complicated. I'm not trying to say it isn't, but it doesn't have to be. And here at NetApp, we've got your back. We spent the last decade building strong relationships with Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud, so you can trust that we know how to help you get the best out of whichever cloud provider you choose. Thanks for hanging out with me for a few minutes, and don't forget to head over to netapp.com/cloud services for cool demos, how-to videos, and much more. Take care.
One cloud, two cloud, red cloud, blue cloud, orange cloud, green cloud, old cloud, new cloud. This one has the best security. This one has the most maturity. Some clouds let you run code on the go. Some clouds are fast or carbon zero. Some people use 2 or 3 or 4. Maybe you are using more? If you need cloud integrations or to streamline operations, NetApp's here to save your bacon. From data storage to data sense, NetApp is multi-cloud intelligence. To make your multi-cloud conducive, don't miss Cloud Field Day exclusive.
Under pressure? The cloud used to be fun. It was the terrain of hot startups and cutting-edge enterprises. Being a cloud professional was cool, and it still is. From finance, from development.
So let's shift gears to another part of our business. One of the workloads that we see a lot of businesses moving into the cloud is enterprise applications like Oracle, SAP. So I have a note here from a customer. Anbu writes, we have an SAP installation today, but we want more agility and scalability than what it provides across 2 data centers now. We handle hundreds of thousands of sales orders a day, but we think this will just keep growing, and all we can see is an existing SAP installation getting more and more expensive. We know that storage is just one part of the larger architecture, and of course, this migration is going to be complex. So we're talking with the cloud provider, Microsoft Azure, and our systems integrator. We're not trying to do this on our own. They recommended using Azure NetApp Files for SAP HANA to meet performance requirements. We like that it checks the boxes, but our biggest worry is that going forward with SAP in the cloud is just going to be really complicated, and we'll just end up spending more time managing this environment than we would if it was just in our data centers. So Greg, as our Azure CSA, it would be one thing to talk to this customer, but also to Microsoft Azure and to systems integrators about SAP HANA in the cloud. What would you say also to help them reduce their operational burden?
Okay, thanks, Phoebe. I think the first thing is just before we jump in to the actual demonstration, let's just talk about the use case a little bit. So for the use case that we're describing here, I'm going to pull up a architecture diagram here, just so everybody's comfortable with an SAP workload. For an SAP workload, typically when you migrate from on-prem into the cloud, you're going to be doing that as an IaaS type offering. So you'll be spinning up VMs, just like you would if you were on-prem, but those VMs are going to be spun up in the cloud, and you would do that in a highly available environment. That's whether it's going to be Oracle database or an SAP database. You're going to want to have some type of HA environment. So what typically would happen is you would have one VM that's available in one availability set or availability zone. You can choose which way you want to go. And then you would have another VM that is in another, in the same availability set or in a different availability zone. So you have the choice of having those. The thing with the replication for SAP as well as Oracle is that the applications themselves do the replication. So keep that in mind. It's not the storage doing the replication. The applications are doing the replication from one to the other. So as you can see on the line there, there's an orange line that says HANA system replication. So between those 2 VMs, the data is replicating between those 2, and that's doing it with synchronous replication, so that everything gets locked in lockstep with the environment. Okay? And then when you go to the DR side of the use case, you'll see down here that if we go into a second zone for the DR side of the use case, that's actually doing replication as well down to the DR site, but it's an async replication because we don't want to have to wait for the replication to go from, West US to East US and have to wait for those checkpoints coming back. So that's going to be an asynchronous replication for your DR site. So that's the architecture that's typically used for an SAP environment, just so that everybody's on the same page there. Question?
For the synchronous replication, now this is in zone, you can guarantee sub 10 milliseconds in order to maintain synchronicity there? How is that? I'm never sure what's hiding behind it so that the provider ensures that.
Yeah, so within Azure, it's pretty much a 2 millisecond latency that you have with inside availability zones in the same region.
Okay, cool.
So as long as you're in the same region, those availability zones are typically in the 2 to 3 millisecond range.
And does that fall under their, sorry, I'm asking an Azure question. Now, does that fall into the, it's an SLA or we can slip once in a while and oopsie doodle, we'll give you a discount for 5 seconds on your bill because we went outside SLA? Or is this architecture that they always ensure?
I don't know that it's a SLA for the range between the two zones, but it is something that they target for there.
Right on.
Yep, but I'm not sure that they have an SLA on that. We'll have to get back to you on that one.
We need Microsoft to present to us. Wink, wink. Come on in. Tech Field Day is fantastic.
Yep. So everybody comfortable with the architecture there? And anybody have any other questions on it so far? I wanted to make sure everybody understands the architecture there. So if we jump over now into Cloud Manager, you'll notice that we have a icon. Here we go for Azure NetApp Files. I'm going to click on that and open up the icon for Azure NetApp Files just to kind of give you an overview of how we would set this up. So from a setup perspective, you would have your VMs configured, just like we had talked about earlier. And then to connect the storage up to it, you would create a set of volumes that mount up to those particular VMs to have the SAP database available there. The database is going to be a collection of data and then logs, like you typically have in any database. So what you'll see here on the canvas is that for the initial primary node, I've got a volume configured. It's called HANA Data 01. And then it's in East US 2. It's an NFS v4.1 volume. v4.1 is required if you're going with the SAP environment. And then we've got that provisioned in the Ultra tier. The Ultra tier is the highest level performance tier, and that's what we use to satisfy the KPIs that SAP requires when you do your benchmark testing. So we adhere to that. Also have another volume down here. Slide up a little bit. I've got another volume over here, which is that HSR replication in the same region. So that's the other volume that's going to be replicated to within the same region, and you'll see it has all the same parameters with it. One of the things that I just did want to show before we move on is that if you take a look at the one that was provisioned earlier, you'll see that it's at 3.1 terabytes, and the one below it is provisioned at 3.2 terabytes.
Oops, you went all the way down to the taskbar and opened another Google tab.
My bad.
It's all good. We can catch up on today's news. It's good.
Flip back across.
Oh.
Just close that Google tab. And move the cursor back up. Might want to use the mouse.
It's going on.
There, now move it up to get off of that.
So you do.
Let's just close this guy. How's that?
There we go. So once again, we have 3.1 provisioned on the primary side. We have 3.2 provisioned on the secondary side. So somebody made a mistake when they were configuring this volume. So the first thing that I want to show you that we can do is we can go into the actual volume itself, and I can go in and do an edit on the volume. And then what you'll notice is that somebody did 3.2, but they didn't do it in TB, they did it in TBs. So that's the reason that the volume is a little bit off. So I can simply go in and change that to be the right value. And now you'll see when we come out, the volumes are provisioned correctly at the right sizes there. So you can easily resize those volumes as needed. And then we'll have the replication that's going from a synchronous level between these two volumes now. What I want to do next is...
Greg, so these are, just so that I can be clear, these are volumes that are provisioned in Azure on an Azure service that are being, I guess, populated into this canvas so that you can easily, you can edit them without having that, going into Azure to do it. So it's making those calls for you?
Yes, correct. It's making the calls for you. So as we go through and I add the next volume, which is going to be a new volume here, I'll walk through that in the workflow, but then it's going to be issuing the REST API back to Azure to actually create the volume in the Azure environment.
Greg, you actually brought up an interesting thing because we're the nerds. So the storage shouldn't care about byte level alignments up in the cloud because we're basically obscuring and hiding that. But it's funny, we as humans, we always think in binary. We think of like, a gigabyte is 1024, not 1,000. Is there a performance difference in aligning to true byte level versus, the easy thousands when we get to that layer? Just because, my head immediately said like, oh, this is wrong, but does it actually matter when we're looking at Ontap and how it does data transfer?
No, so Ontap is going to do everything at the 4K block level. That's how Ontap operates. So everything will be done at the 4K block level. And even when we're doing it in Azure, because that is utilizing Ontap underneath the covers, it's got a PaaS offering over top of it to simplify it. It will still be doing everything at that 4K block level. So everything will be done at the block level. You're not going to have, things transitioning over 2 blocks.
Okay.
Yep. So what I wanted to do next is just show you how easily I can create the DR volume. To create the DR volume that we have here. So to create a volume for the DR size, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to be putting that in a different region, remember? So I'm not going to be in the same region. So I'm going to want to create a new account. The account is based on the region that you're in. So we have an account for East US 2, which we were just looking at, and the partner region for East US 2 is South Central. So I'm going to create a account for South Central, and then we'll create the volume in South Central as well for the DR region. So I'm going to go in here, select create a new account, and then I'll create an account for SAP HANA South Central. I'll select my subscription. Region is going to be South Central.
While he does that, to Gina's point earlier, the overall subscription credentials are in there. His user ID and password are thus that allow him to create this new account in the new region.
And not knowing what I don't know about Azure, is an account in Azure synonymous with an account in AWS?
No.
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 Okay.
So inside of Azure...
That would be too easy.
Yeah. Inside of Azure, they typically do things as accounts from the storage layer.
Okay.
So like if you want to create a blob object or you want to create a file share inside of a blob object,
okay,
they use what's called an account. So you have a storage account, and then we have an Azure NetApp Files account that kind of mirrors that behavior so that if you're familiar with all that in Azure, creating this account is very synonymous to doing it with just a regular Azure storage account.
Gotcha.
So we've tried to mirror that to, make it the learning curve a little bit easier for the engineers who are working there. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a capacity pool. And I'm just going to give this one a name. And you'll notice I selected the standard tier here. What I'm doing there is I'm selecting the performance level that we're going to be using inside of Azure. So with Azure NetApp Files, you have 3 performance tiers: a standard, a premium, and an ultra. The ultra tier is the one that meets the KPIs that we talked about, using that 3.2 terabytes at the ultra tier meets the KPI. What you'll notice I'm doing here, though, let me just get this going here a second. We give it a name of DR there.
Is there a policy within here to remind you that you cannot actually retract volume sizes, because Azure has a limitation that it's unidirectional. You can scale up, you cannot scale back on certain performance tiers. I presume that this will, I'm always curious what warns you.
It's not going to let you do
that.
things that are not applicable.
Right.
So, and that's one example, right? Because, for example, when you're working with CVO, you can scale up and down. You can scale from the professional, which is the highest level volume with built-in backup, down to what's called essentials. But essentials actually has subcategories. You can only scale down the first one. So if I want to go from CVO professional to CVO secondary for primary data, I can do that. I couldn't scale it down to secondary because there are workflow implications. So Cloud Manager has logic to know what is and isn't allowed. So Cloud Manager is not going to let you do something that the Azure service, in this case, won't accept.
Cool.
Or that NetApp policies wouldn't accept.
Right on.
So you'll notice that I created a volume down here that is a DR volume now, and I've got it set for the standard tier here. So I don't have it set for the ultra tier. So this is one way that customers can use to save money at the DR site, is that they can replicate the data over to a lower tier, and then once you have to go to a DR event, you can elevate the tier up so that you can go from standard, move those volumes up to ultra, and then after the DR event is over, you can move them back down to standard again. So you have the ability to do that via what's called a pool change. Basically move the volumes from one pool to another pool.
So you can go from standard, premium, ultra, and down, not just up.
You can come back down. There's just a waiting period of 7 days that Azure provides.
Yes. Say it's a migration,
right. It's a waiting
not
period.
An actual.
Right. Yep, because they have different resources to provision.
You have a waiting period of 7 days to come back down. You can go up.
Immediately.
Coming back down is a 7-day cool down period.
When you say there's a the change of performance tier, though, is there data movement in that?
There's no data movement in that. No data movement. It's all a logical movement function there. So the data is not actually moving. You're just changing the QoS threshold around the data.
Okay.
Because that service has compute and network resources, not just storage resources.
Right.
Yep.
And so this gives them the time to do that. If you need, and this is a great point he's making, that I can take SAP HANA, which requires a certain throughput level. I give that. My DR site, I don't want it sitting there for 2 years paying twice as much. So I pay at the standard level. If I do have to it's an immediate provision up. Azure will provision the additional resources to give the throughput required for your business.
Yep.
It's going to take 7 days to scale it down because they've made allocations for you and they got to pull those networking resources back and they want to do that in an orderly manner.
And if you think about it, if it's a real DR event, 7 days is probably going to be nothing. I mean, keep that in mind. Yep. You know, most DR events are at least several weeks or months.
Yeah, no one's screaming like, come on, we need to get the cost down within a week. Like, we're just happy the business is up right
Exactly, exactly. But this is one way that you can help with cost savings. So, you know, from a financial perspective, you can monetize cost savings with some of that as well.
Yeah. Yep. And from a user perspective as well, I mean, being able to do that through Cloud Manager or the Azure NetApp, the Azure portal itself is probably, you know, during a DR incident, you want to make that as easy as possible. So automating it, yeah.
Yep. And then you also have the ability with SAP and you'll find this with a lot of SAP workloads, is that they don't have everything that they can move into Azure initially. They may have some secondary systems that are running on really old code that pull in, like contractual information. So for example, one of the customers I work with, they have a large facility, they're doing manufacturing, but they have partners that they work with. Those partners have to sign contracts for various different things for each of their customers. They store those contracts off in a different tier of storage over there. So for something like that, CVO is a better fit for that, to put that on cloud volumes. And we have a version of that that's optimized so that you can get lower cost values, and it pushes most everything into the blob tier. So that allows you to keep those contracts for 7 years that you need, but to be able to import those on a daily basis into the SAP system, so all that data resides to say, hey, we've got this contract, it's been signed, here's the expiration date of it, and so forth. So doesn't have to just be Azure NetApp files that you can use for your SAP environment. You can do that with CVO as well. And we have a lot of customers who wind up doing that.
Do you actually tie into the optimization services that are native in the Azure platform? So when it would look and say, hey, based on utilization, it has the Azure advisor that can tell you, you can probably dial back your storage tier in order to save a couple of shekels.
So we're integrated within Azure Monitor. So because it's a first-party Azure service, we integrate with the Azure monitoring service. With Azure Monitor, we can go look through metrics, throughput. We can also set up alerts as well. So if you have an environment where things are going up and down, you can have alerts signal to say, hey, we've hit a threshold, we need to expand, or hey, we've dropped to a threshold, maybe we want to shrink a little bit. So you do have all those capabilities. They all get bubbled up through Azure Monitor, and Azure Monitor allows you to send out notifications. So you can have pages, text, but help desk tickets generated with those events.
Yeah, so we do want to kind of help customers in those environments where they're most comfortable, I think is where, Greg's kind of pointing at, because obviously there's different experience levels, different skill sets. If we were to set somebody up who's not familiar with Azure and say, hey, we just want to get those running, Cloud Manager makes a lot of sense for them, whereas somebody who's already integrated with a lot of the Azure services would want to continue to use those.
I have a question. Right, because I think we've gone away from what we were talking about first part of the day, which was about the workflows and how we have to, all of this we're talking about a lot of very old school ways to set up an infrastructure base, even though we're setting it to the cloud, right? So question for you with, especially with SAP HANA, first of all, I'm imagining that this is definitely an SAP approved solution, because that's a thing, right?
Yeah.
But just what you talked about just then, if I'm trying to set up maybe infrastructure as code, and I'm trying to run everything, even from on-prem all the way up, is there a way, since you're making use of, and you're integrated, maybe that's not the right word, with the Microsoft service to do alerts and stuff, is there a way that if I'm really trying to set my applications up to be on this workflow basis, separated maybe from the 3-tier client-server basis we're all used to architecting for, would this fit? So here I am going from one place to another place. You're offering up the APIs. If your API is kind of bound up with the Azure API, can I call things specifically to do a specific workflow for this application, or the applications that are sitting on HANA?
Yes. So in the case of this SAP workload we're talking about, you can automate this. Completely automate the entire process of that. You can have the SAP deployment process being automated, and then you can have the storage portion of that SAP process being automated, and that's going to use standard Azure APIs. So we're going to be using standard Azure REST APIs for all of that. You're not going to be using NetApp APIs versus Azure APIs. Also, you can create templates for all those to templatize all those, whether you want to do it in Terraform, Azure ARM templates, whatnot. So you can templatize all that to do the deployment of those.
And so my other question was, so for a day 2 thing, if you're monitoring to see what's going on using, because you guys can run with that Azure monitoring. Can you also do day 2 by taking in the information from the monitoring and feeding it back into those deployment pipelines? Is that something that could happen?
Yes, so something that you might do would be, if you were experiencing high load and you could have it automate that process of increasing the volume size, like Greg showed, or changing the tier of that capacity, and you could automate that. So, and that could even be something that would be put into a CD pipeline. So more so on a regular basis. So what they're showing, is a lot of that set up, of course, but then all of the functions that are set up could then be automated, because they're reflective of events that are happening, whether they're triggered or.
And that way I could declare this is what I want it to look like, and if it ever drifts based on the monitoring, we could set it back to where we declared it to be.
Yeah, I think for configuration, like for setting up a declarative environment like that, I think you need to know what you want it to look like.
Right,
yeah, which we're not Cloud Manager's not setting up what you want it to look like. You have to tell it what you want it to look like.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like you define that would be the template, and then if you do, if it's declarative, if you've declared it to be this, and you can have a way to know how it's drifting, one way or the other, different things happening, you can set it back to that.
Yeah.
And you would do that from the Azure side, yes. Okay. But you could do that from the Azure side, and then also with the monitoring. It's not just sending out, text messages and emails. You can actually have it kick back into an Azure workflow that will actually change things. So as Phoebe was mentioning, if you hit a performance cap all of a sudden and you need to get more performance, one of those things could be, hey, my performance hit 100%, trigger this workflow to give me more throughput in the volume. And then you could also have it trigger a little bit later to when that workflow level goes down, to trigger to bring it back down again. So you could reduce the throughput levels that you need. Yep.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, and I think that use case. I mean, we used SAP as a really good use case. Like you said, it's
minimized.
SAP approved and a reference architecture, but there are similar reference architectures for different workloads. We just want to show that the same concepts of being able to modify things when you need them, provision them when you need them, and obviously update them when situations change would apply across the board. I think you have a few there of HPC and VDI, etc.
By the way, to Gina's point, when you say, is this blessed by SAP, having a scalable enterprise storage platform in the cloud to run SAP on, it's kind of a big deal. Yeah. There's only one place you can go for that, right, outside of if you're using a dedicated disk on a hyperscaler VM, and that is NetApp. We've got it in multiple clouds. So you can run with confidence in ANF. You can run with confidence in AWS using FSx for Ontap, and know that you're running a blessed, validated environment. Because look, if you have issues and you go to SAP, first thing you're, especially with HANA, an in-memory database, they're going to say, let's review your environment. Sorry, you can't run something this big on something this small. With each of these, you have an SAP validated environment in either cloud, again, based upon Ontap.
So Chuck, while we're with you, we do have requests from customers who have invested in commitments in cloud providers and now want to change their minds. Sometimes, workloads change over time because they maybe moved faster than they planned. Maybe there was a global pandemic. Maybe they decided they didn't want to have a specific commitment. They've gone down a different path. Yeah. And what happens is that becomes wasted money usually because you've paid for something that you're not using, especially when these are longer term commitments. So firstly, what can this is a customer's email. Firstly, what can we do to get understanding of the commitments that we have purchased so that I can get better visibility, to the point about FinOps earlier? And secondly, is there anything that you can do to make purchasing and license administration of all of this a lot more flexible? Because that would be really key for us in this day and age. Let's
peel back on those, because that speaks to something we talked about earlier this morning and last night, which is FinOps. The rise of FinOps being like a full-fledged citizen at the table with cloud ops, IT ops, et cetera. Up until now, FinOps has been kind of the police. They've been the FinCops, not FinOps. They've said, oh, you're going to jail. You spent too much money. But the other thing is we haven't given FinOps really, as technology vendors, the kind of real-time visibility and insight that the IT team has. FinOps has had to say, what are you using? Or FinOps has had to read the invoices. Or FinOps had to go somewhere else. So one of the things we're trying to do is to make sure we give FinOps a valid seat at the table. A lot of questions today about, oh, can I govern this? Can I govern that? Look, I got to admit to you, we've started to embrace the FinOps community over the last year. There's still so much more we can do. Even though we're young in this, I think we're still years ahead of the industry. And I'm going to show you why I say that. We've considered them. We've built them in. So let me go to an example here. We've got a capability in Cloud Manager we call our digital wallet. Digital wallet is, we're giving some capabilities here to the FinOps team or the IT and CloudOps team to work with the FinOps team. Step one is visibility. When I pull out my wallet, okay, I use a money clip, not a wallet. What do I get visibility. I see what I have. I know what I have. That's a big deal for a lot of enterprises, especially if you're working across 3 clouds and 8 data centers. So we want to make sure from what we control in NetApp, your Cloud Volumes Ontap licenses, your data services licenses like Cloud Backup, Cloud Data Sense, Cloud Tiering, whatever I'm using, your Keystone subscriptions. We haven't even talked about that yet today, but moving from on-prem to the cloud, a lot of customers say, I got X number of petabytes. I'm going to need some more, but my target is to get these workloads up into the cloud over the next 5 years. I don't want to buy a lot of more CapEx. I just want someone to provision some storage for me to use on-prem, and that's our Keystone offering that and a lot more. So we've brought all of these kind of things, including your on-prem ONTAP licenses that you have acquired, into one dashboard here, which we call the digital wallet. So I have visibility into my storage service entitlements, either the ONTAP footprints or the services on them. That was step one. Now, to Phoebe's point, at least that lets me know what I have. It also lets me know when they expire, when I need to renew them, et cetera. But how about if I want some flexibility? So let me give you an example. Node-based CVO Cloud Volumes ONTAP licenses. We got a lot of customers that have node-based, which means I bought an annual subscription for this. What is a not unrealistic scenario? I'm migrating a workload to the cloud. I'm thinking I'm going to need about 6 different CVO instances. I'll buy a 1-year subscription to them. I think this process is going to take me a year. What if you get done sooner? That's a good thing, right? You got the project, you got the workload migrated sooner. But if you got that 1-year project done in 7 months, that means you have 6 licenses with 5 months left. What am I going to do with it? So what I can do here is go and say, what are my unassigned CVO licenses? I have some unassigned licenses. One of them, by the way, expired, but I keep track of that until I acknowledge it and remove it. I've got one here that maybe I say, okay, it expires in 2024. I don't think I'm going to use it. Why don't I exchange that? Why don't I paid this money for a CVO license. There's X amount of time. Why don't I exchange that for maybe the cloud backup service that we spent a lot of time talking about earlier to protect my on-prem ONTAP system so I don't have to pay for a third party. I've already spent the money. I'm not going to do it here because it goes through and changes actual license structures, but that's as simple as it is, provided that I have the role-based authority and access, not everyone does, to do that.
Is this, because I'm not a FinOps person, but I would imagine that they either have their own particular type of application that they are in all day long doing their FinOps thing, or that they would rather get an email with a spreadsheet attached. So is this consumable in another way than this GUI?
I can export this information. And you bring up a good point, Gina. I just 2 weeks ago, we did a webinar with Harvard Business Review talking about the rise of FinOps. And we actually did a white paper. It's available through NetApp or Harvard Business Review that talks about the rise of FinOps and where people are. 42% are just now implementing it. 37% implemented in the last year. My pure, simple, country-born math says 79% of people are pretty darn young in FinOps. And they're just starting out. So to your point, a lot of times the FinOps team is doing just that. I got a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Or I go look here, here, here. It's kind of like me. If somebody says to me, if you got hit by a truck or your kid's taken care of, so I got to go check this retirement account and this one and this one and this one and add it all up. What we're trying to do is make those FinOps people part of the equation. By doing this, at least from a NetApp perspective, this is all real time. So if IT provisions something, it shows up right now. If something expires, it shows up right now. If IT needs to move it from this bucket to that bucket, shows up right now. I won't say we're trying to replace what FinOps is doing. We're trying to give them capabilities, insight, and governance that would have, previous to this, been an after the fact thing because they're looking at spreadsheets.
I think that's awesome, but I kind of I know for me, I have too much to look at and too many places to go now. So it kind of would be, if you want them to adopt this process and have this information, it might be good to put it into their environment that they already use, which is probably not mine.
It can be exported, like I said, to go into what they do, or you can give them access. The other thing that we're finding is
there an API, perhaps? That you can,
absolutely. Yep, that's how I would get at some of this data.
Yeah, because there's application services like Cloudability that you pull data from AWS and Azure, where a lot of large enterprises use something like that because it's, I hate to say this, single pane of glass, but it gives that FinOps department an ability to just say, here's my realm of responsibility, and I get to go into each of the different clouds without having to call up an architect or an engineer to say, can you give me this data?
You hit the nail on the head. That's why we're building this in here.
And spreadsheets. I'm sorry, but spreadsheets are the lifeline of every company, but they get really big and they get cumbersome.
And they get out of date, and people get the wrong versions. See, by including FinOps in this platform, and again, I was very honest with you, we're young in this FinOps journey. We just started bringing them in the last year. By including them in, we're making them a citizen, and we're providing the capability for, if you're using one of those services you mentioned, then you can start connecting to this. You can start pulling in information. If you look at other infrastructure and storage providers in the industry, they don't have this yet. And even more so, the exchange capability, as I showed you, I can just exchange from one to another. I can be on here and say, I have an on-premise environment. This is a hybrid multi-cloud. I have a certain number of storage in this 400 terabyte environment. It's committed to 900. I've committed 900 terabytes to NetApp. I'm going to buy that over X period of time by May 31st, 2023. What if I want to go in and I want to provision some more? I want to provision 100 terabytes more. I can submit that provisioning. It's now been sent to NetApp. I can check the after effect. We then have to go approve it and submit it because we're managing the on-prem resource. But this gives me the ability to do that immediately, and I can even shift from my on-prem commitments to cloud storage commitments. So this is, again, trying to make FinOps part of the table, trying to give them visibility, trying to give some real-world operational capability to them on a role-based access, and get everybody working together and figure out where we are and where we're going.
So are the licenses in this situation, are they convertible in every direction, or is it like okay?
No. Again, you'll hear me say this 100 times. We're young in this, but we're still 2 years ahead of the industry. Today, there are certain things that you can and can't either exchange or float. We use these different terms. A float of license says, I've got a CVO license, for example, in Azure. I want to move what's left of that license over to AWS. That's floating that license over. Okay. Then there's exchange to a whole different service. I want to exchange Keystone entitlements to CVO, or I want to exchange CVO to the data services that I showed you before. Both of those concepts. Right now, because we have to manage this, and so we're really taking great pains to do it slowly and walk before we run, before we fly. So right now, there's certain things you can do, like Keystone to CVO, like floating those CVOs, like converting CVO to the data services. But for example, as of today, I can't say I've committed to you, I gave you a PO for $3 million of cloud backup, and I decided I want to use some of that money for Keystone. Not today. Okay. But we're building the infrastructure, and I encourage you to keep an eye on what we're going to be doing as we go through the rest of this year and the next year to see what's going to be capable now that we built it.
And is that a consistent exchange rate, or is that effectively a customer negotiable?
It's a defined exchange rate for what the customer committed to. So it's X number of terabytes of this for X number of terabytes of that.
Okay.
Or in some cases, it's you have this amount financially left on that license. That's what you have to apply. It's all set up and defined. I can envision a world over time where we get to you've got a certain amount of tokens and you can apply those tokens at whatever your rate is to whatever. But we've got to make sure we do this right from the ground up.
So I saw the dollar sign and I got excited. My expectation of a page like this, if we're talking about FinOps, if we're having a FinOps discussion, I would want to see a larger picture of my burn. I'm running in 4 different clouds. I've got some expectations of what it costs to run on-prem. I've got some expectations of, I have very targeted expectations of what it's going to cost in the cloud. If I'm provisioning space on cloud 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as a FinOps person, I want to know how much it's going to cost me. Okay, I want another 100 terabytes in AWS on X type of capacity. That's what I want to see. I'm glad that I'm seeing the licensing here, but a FinOps view would be my run rate, it would be my monthly burn, it would be my allocation provisioning costs.
Yeah, that's good input. So we're getting there. Right now, we can show you what you've committed and what you've consumed.
Right.
We haven't yet tied it to the dollar sign.
But then I have
yet.
to go to Cost Explorer to figure out how much I actually did. Yes. Or project what I'm going to do. So is this going to tie into Cost Explorer and start extracting that information?
We're going to continue to enhance ours, and we do feed that information, but I can't say we're going to feed Cost Explorer over here and Cloudability over there. We're not quite there yet.
Not feed Cost Explorer. I mean, I want to. I'm greedy, I'm selfish, and I'm lazy, and I want a one-stop shop so that will show me, okay, if I'm going to provision 100 terabytes here and 100 terabytes there, I want to know that my Ultra over here is going to be an extra 2K a month.
Right.
My lower tier stuff over here, my GP3 is going to be 1K a month.
We will get into forecasting. We've started it in some areas. So I'll give you a great example. One of the most dynamic areas is Kubernetes clusters. So we haven't even yet got into Cloud Insights, which is monitoring the insights.
Yep.
And Cloud Insights does monitor and manage what you're using across these different environments. And in particular, it's all about priorities, right? We're doing R&D. Because the Kubernetes world is so dynamic, we have built the ability for our Kubernetes Explorer to not only determine what you're using and where, but to tie that back to the dollars you're paying for those services.
Right.
We're taking a step there. So with our Kubernetes Explorer, we can say, here's the workloads, here's the resources you're using, here's what you're using, and we convert that into the currency that you're paying. And the reason we've really done that is we've had some larger customers to say, my file shares, they're actually pretty well under control. I can manage those. I have nodes, pods, and clusters coming up everywhere all the time.
Yes,
and that's way more dynamic and running out of control. So we started there, and it allows us to say not to a line of business that's spinning up their shopping cart applications, just you used X amount of terabytes and X amount of cycles. We say, you used X amount of resource, and here's what it cost. So this is what we're charging you back.
Exactly.
So I know I'm with you as to where we want to go in terms of forecasting and modeling. I think we've proven that we're getting the data and giving the visibility, and in some really bleeding from the neck areas, like the highly dynamic Kubernetes world, we're actually doing that chargeback capability and doing forecasting.
Awesome.
We'll work on the rest of it. Join us for Cloud Field Day next year, and we'll see where we've come. Nathan.
Yeah, I just want to bring up, I mean, like, we're kind of hitting you hard on the whole FinOps model and things, but I think it's worth stating the power and the usability of that licensing model and the ability to do some of these tradings directly, right here. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to grow into, and we're excited about that, and that's why we're going to hit you there. But I think a lot of vendors out there that want to move to this subscription model, they need to stand up and pay attention, because this is it. This is doing it right.
Yeah, I'm not casting aspersions. I'm giving you my wish list.
Yep.
That's what
and I've been pretty honest with you as to where we're young and where we're advanced. So I definitely appreciate it.
And I think the question I didn't hear answered, that you asked it, I asked it, she asked it, is will this, because I don't know the names of the FinOps platforms that y'all already use, but are these, can this information via the API be consumed and subscribed to the one you mentioned and the one you mentioned, but
I don't want to speak to it. The information can be exported. I would have to get into the specifics on any different platform. But in the world that I've seen, if you can export it either via file or via API, you can use it. I just can't comment on anyone in particular because I don't know what they are. We can take that. Lino, you've been raising your hand for a while.
Thank you. So we have seen a global view of what is going on, what is the total cost of the consumed infrastructure and so. And I think that the one thing that every FinOps guy wants to know is how is partitioned this cost. I mean, tagging or something like that. So is there something that can aid FinOps guy to reach out what resources or what team or what project is consuming something. So I know this is an application perspective way to recalculate the cost, but sometimes FinOps guy work tightly with the DevOps team, and so is there a way?
And so
Yeah, I can take that. So when you deploy a Cloud Volumes Ontap cluster, there's an option to provide labels. And those labels will cascade to every resource that is built on the cloud. So when you're building your reports, you can just use that label. You can push it to, like, say, on Google Cloud to BigQuery, or in AWS and Azure, whatever you're using for the database side of things, and then you can query it from there.
Okay. So
yeah,
we'll get there. There's another. I mean, we haven't even got into Cloud Data Sense yet. We might do that later, but Cloud Data Sense is really pretty powerful and cool, and we're still finding new ways to use it. So it allows you to do tagging and classification of data, not only classification in sensitivity levels, but tagging of that data. So for example, I'm going to tie this back to your FinOps in just a minute. We had a customer that says we're splitting into two companies, the primary company and the new co. We've been together for a long time, and there's a lot of data. There's 10 years of history that has to go with this new co for the line of business that they do. How do we know what data to give them? We've got data centers around the world. We've got literally hundreds of file servers around the world. How do we get their data to them? Because there's some real serious fiduciary responsibilities once you divest a company. And what they have found is that using the power of Cloud Data Sense to be able to determine who the file owner is, what AD group they're in, and if they want, even go further into the sensitivity level, because there's some of that data, crazy complex, that says I'm splitting off this company, and some of it is shared data. Some's company A, some's company B, but some of it is really sensitive and shared, and both of them legally want access to it. So that's a use case for our Cloud Data Sense for, in this case, separation, M&A, and migration, but at the same time, being able to tie back data to owners, being able to assign owners and tie that back to the AD group means I have the underpinnings of doing some of the things, Lino, that you're talking about. I will not say we're there yet, but it's nice to see these pieces coming together so that we can take your input and figure out where we want to go and what templates and dashboards and functions we want to create.
I'll give you the comfort in the FinOps world. I participate in the FinOps.org, and I'm not sure app actually is active in that ecosystem.
Oh yeah, love LinuxFoundation.org and FinOps.org are both great resources for FinOps.
The beauty part is it's, I'm trying to think, the best way to describe it, it's a tire fire. That's what it is. It's a
tire fire?
Complete tire, like no single place. It is all just like, we're basically shipping CSVs to each other. There is no single platform that's been successful. However, if you can create a consumable, exportable data format, because in the end, we are no better at giving the right information to the FinOps people as they are telling us what IOPS they need on the volume for their HANA, right? So we are so disparate in what we understand about each other's stuff. But with work with stuff like open communities like the FinOps.org and working with the other partners, we're just creating basically good interchange data models. And I think that's where it's going to end.
That's a pretty young effort, right?
It will never get to the point where it's just like, I've got one thing, I'm going to use Airtable, and I'm going to use this, I'm going to store it in Databricks. I'm like, it will never exist. But to create a safe interchange of data that we can do, and it's going to be bloody JSON and CSV that it will end up with. But AM in the camp, the example you gave before, I'll say I know a similar company that also had to spin out a new co, and it created what would say murky waters. It's a tricky thing because that particular company had to suddenly have very different data requirements, compute requirements. Some was shared, some was separated. Yeah, data sense, FinOps, like it all
ties together, which is why it's important that we get it in the platform, that we begin to mature it, and we get input from people like you. We got just a few minutes left. I want to see if you can have like a 5-minute use case.
A 5-minute use case. Well, actually, let's talk about that metadata for a moment. Since you're up here, I think that's one of those things that you're talking about. How can you use metadata to then make intelligent decisions, whether they're cost optimization decisions or whether they are separation for privacy or for compliance reasons? I think that's probably a use case that's an interesting and definitely one that we see coming up a lot. I mean, when has compliance affected a cloud migration? Should it affect a cloud migration? And what can we do to resolve that and to make that easier for people to think about when they are splitting a company or moving into the cloud or making an application cloud native?
And I think what we're finding is, wow, in this hybrid multi-cloud world, things that you would have thought about before, which is how big is it and how much of it and et cetera, and what format is it, get joined by these other things like who owns it and how sensitive is it and is it governed and can our company get hit with a £5 million fine if the wrong people gets into it, et cetera, et cetera. And that also has to go with your internal policies. Because when you look at some of the regulations, a lot of the regulations say you have to adhere to your existing policies. They don't even say you have to adhere to the government's. They say you have to adhere to your policies. So you have to be able to tie those off. One of the tools that we have is a service called Cloud Data Sense. It's a SaaS-delivered service to scan, classify, tag, and provide insight into your data, and then to go even further and perform some of the actions for you that normally a team would have to do, like producing GDPR reports or PII reports or DSARs. Employees leaving the company, okay, this guy is kind of suspect, or he's accused us of something, we need to look at the data. So Cloud Data Sense gives you that. And it gives it from a lot of perspectives. One, and we mentioned some of this, is, hey, I'm a FinOps guy. Where do I have the chance to save money? If you can govern your data and know what is where and how often it's been used, you can say, look, I have stale data, which I've set a policy. I can't, to be honest, let me see here what the tooltip says. I don't even remember. Okay, files last modified 3 years ago. I can set that, by the way. My tooltip tells me what it is. It's now going, since I did that, and checking to see if there's anything new. I have 120,000 items. It's 100 gig of stuff that meets my category of stale data. Do I want to tier that? Do I want to get rid of that? How about non-business data? Thank heavens it's only 15 gig. In this case, we have seen customers where it's terabytes and terabytes of non-business data, meaning it doesn't meet, it's of a format or a type, it doesn't meet my requirements of being my business data. Most of the customers I've talked to that are using that don't zap it, but they do move it to a very slow, infrequent access tier. Or do I have duplicate files? Do I need to investigate, which I could probe down deeper in any of these and investigate and see the list of them and start taking action on them? I look at my data overview, so Phoebe had mentioned a migration capability. One of the things is, can I migrate this stuff to the cloud? If it meets a policy, for example, that it's restricted or sensitive, I might have an internal policy that says that's not even allowed to go to the cloud. So I need to be able to check and see, and you'll notice it refreshes real time according to the parameters that are set. So it's refreshing to see if there's been any changes. By repository, how much of my data is, it's non-sensitive, it's general data. How much of it meets a personal restriction that I now have governance, how much of it is sensitive, and not only my labeling, but the permissions that are applied to it. As an example here, I have some data down here that has, it's open to the public and it's restricted. Do I really want to allow that to happen? Lots of stuff that I'm not going to go into all the details here just in the interest of time before we take our break. But it allows me then to say, you know what? Not only governance about where is my data, how about I need to be compliant. So I need to know how much of my data is non-sensitive or personal or sensitive. Now these, by the way, are our categorizations. You can define your own. How about in my governed data? Criminal procedures data, ethnicity reference. There's all kinds of parameters that I can choose. It also has, I think the number's like 28 legally compliant reports that I can pull. I'm an IT guy. I don't know what my PCI DSS report is. That's okay. I can click it. It will run it. It's a standard format report, and it will produce it for me in a PDF format that I can use to answer requests upon demand from my auditors, authorities, et cetera. This is the kind of capability that as a storage person, if they said, tell me what your privacy risk assessment is. Tell me about, give me a standard Hipaa report. A lot of storage admins will say, dude, seriously, really? I got to hire a contractor.
Right, but in this case, is sensitivity, like descriptors, is that a configurable thing? I understand the need to have canned things.
Yeah.
But thinking of any organization where, say, an account number is going to be eight characters here, 72 characters there.
So you can define your own. You can use regex expressions. So if you have a 19 character that looks X, Y, and Z, you can do that. You can set your own parameters. As I said, these are the ones we've set up in this demo environment. You can cast your own. And it's meant to say, you've got a wild and woolly world of data, you need to get it under control. We're going to give you some AI and ML enabled tools to do that. So not only is it looking for what's in the data, it's also allowing you to tag that data if it meets certain capabilities.
There's so much on this one that we cannot cover.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we don't.
I
So I
shouldn't
hope
have
that we
We got 5
can
minutes
explore
left
this
until our break,
deeply.
so
Yeah.
you're right.
But
But it's important to know what is here. And then, by the way, if you want to go deeper into any one, I can go into any of these. The one I mentioned before, the file owner, I can enter file owner names or provide a list of names or import a list of names or groups. Let you say user groups and permissions. I want to import a list of AD groups, and it will tell me how many items meet that capability, and I can export that. That gets me miles ahead when you have millions and millions of objects.
Let's hold it there, because I think that opens up a whole other can of worms. I love the metadata conversation, though, because to that point about multi-cloud, I mean, this doesn't care where your data is running or whether it's in a cloud or another cloud or on premises, and I think that's part of the power of being having these kind of, I don't want to say agnostic, because we do care which cloud you're in for various reasons, cost reasons.
Can you point them to this to show you? That capability.
No, you can't. I think you're going to have to show them later.
Oh, do we have later time?
We do. Well, okay. we will have time later. But
okay.
I want to thank you all for today. I think there's an important question that I have to ask all of our presenters who have demoed this, I would say, countless times across different cloud providers to different sizes of customers in different industries. And I want to say from we are here to talk about multi-cloud, and we are here to talk about hybrid cloud as well, and what that evolution of cloud looks like. So I want to ask what that, what is that key takeaway? Out of all of this that you've shown today, there's a lot of services, but what does the future of cloud look like? And I'm not going to start with you, Chuck. I'm going to start with Greg, and I will introduce you. So Greg, what do you think the future of cloud from an Azure CSA's perspective looks like?
I think with the future of cloud, we're going to... Ready? I think with the future of cloud, I see it going into a hybrid multi-cloud environment where we're going to have stuff on-prem, we're going to have stuff in individual clouds. That's kind of where we seem to be going today. But I do think we're going to start, especially as things get containerized, we're going to start to see various workloads going into multiple clouds, because some of the clouds have better capabilities than others for various different services. And I think we're going to see that multi-cloud environment starting to take place as well, and link those services together via the application layer.
Sure, and we didn't get a chance to talk about Kubernetes terribly much today, but that is definitely one that I know you're a fan of, and Vishnu is as well. So that's a great conversation for another time. Vishnu, you work a lot of the time in Google, which is kind of that up and coming. We can't call it that anymore. But one of the largest cloud providers in the world. What do you see happening in this world of multi-cloud?
So one thing is, we have a target state where a lot of customers are trying to move to the cloud, but as NetApp, we are trying to meet them where they are, right? So there's always the ideal utopia state where you are in all the clouds and you have all your workloads, but we are trying to meet them where they are with some of our products, right? And tying back to your first statement where you and your family are watching different streaming services, so I started my career off as a bioinformatics engineer. Sometimes there are some services in a specific hyperscaler that would cater to my workload. How can I make sure that I can move that efficiently to that particular hyperscaler, utilize their services, and not worry about, all right, I need to have all my data over there. So we need to get to that state where we can pick and choose and make it way more accessible to everyone for different workloads. So rather than saying a product, we have a use case, and we should target that use case. And that's what I feel Google Cloud, AWS, Azure, everyone is doing with our partnership, right?
Awesome, thank you. And Chuck, last but not least.
I think the cloud's evolving to a point where some of the stuff you've seen in your own homes. When I grew up, we had a telephone provider and an electric provider and a TV provider. And then it got to where some of these providers did multiple. And you've seen now where cloud computing has evolved almost to a utility model. A guy in his garage can have access to massive amounts of capability that was not even dreamed of 20 years ago. But where we are today in the utility model is Sure, I have an electric provider. They own the pipe, but every year or so, I switch who the content provider is into that, right? I get a lower rate on electricity from this guy or that guy or that guy that's still charging through my electric company, and it's become abstracted. What I mean by that is I think we're going to get to a place where today we have a hybrid multi-cloud where you have the ability to put the right job in the right environment. You can put it on-prem, you can put it in Azure, you can put it on Google. You need to know and understand and manage that. Where we're evolving to is my Terraform automation, for example, is driven by AI to choose the right environment based upon what's happening at that moment. What's available? What's the current price? What am I using? What are my commitments? What compliance requirements have to be met in a given region that one cloud provider, right? I won't be choosing anymore. We will evolve to a point where my teams are deploying workloads and the infrastructure is deploying itself where it makes sense.
Thank you so much. I love these presenters, and we had great demos, a lot of conversation. I appreciate all of your questions and your thoughts, and I think it's definitely great food for thought as well for our engineers and our product leaders. We will be taking a break, so we will see you back here in 1 hour, and we will be having a great conversation with our partners at Google.
Something. You see what I did there? All right. Well, thank you very much. As you just heard, we will be back on the hour with a continuation of this, and we're going to hear from Google. We're also going to have a roundtable discussion with the delegates around the table and the NetApp folks, so we can kind of talk about how this multi-cloud works in the real world. If you've enjoyed this discussion, I encourage you to check out some of the other NetApp presentations. If you just Google NetApp and Field Day, you'll find a great number of those, including some deep dives into some of the technology we've heard about today. So if you're kind of wondering how some of this stuff really works and what's underlying it and so on, there have been some really, really great presentations there. In fact, one that I'll call out that you should maybe check out was at VMware Explore this year. NetApp went into some great detail in how Ontap works in the cloud, and really enjoyed that one. Also, in case you missed any of this, all of this is being recorded and will be shared as well on NetApp channels as well as on YouTube. And as a little hint, if you go to the NetApp or the Tech Field Day page on LinkedIn, you can actually go back and see the recordings of this morning's sessions, the live recordings, right now. So if you did miss something, that's a good way to catch up with it. Otherwise, we're going to show you a few videos here on the video stream to kind of keep you entertained for the next hour. And like I said, we'll be back at 1 Pacific for the final, the closeout of this special Cloud Field Day exclusive event with NetApp focused on multi-cloud.
All right, gentlemen, we ready?
Absolutely. Watch your step here.
Okay. Okay.
Capitano.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
All right. Chris, 2 guys on a boat. Who would have imagined a gondola in Vegas, 70 degrees? It's not Venice, but pretty close.
Very
What
nice,
do you think? This is a special ride. I'm really fortunate to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We'll talk about a few things, but let me just kick it off by learning a little bit about you, Chris, about Blackboard, and kind of the journey that you've had so far.
Yeah. So Blackboard is an educational technology company. We support learners and educators around the globe. About 180 million users in about 80 countries around the world. We work very closely with the educational community. Educational technology saw a very, very significant growth as entire countries and continents changed their approach to fully online learning at a moment's notice. I'll also say that it's been a very exciting time more recently as we've announced the merge with Anthology. Anthology is a company that is delivering educational technology products that really focus on the full student life cycle and in the North American higher education market. So it's been a really good fit, a lot of energy between the two companies as we've combined in this new organization for Anthology.
That's a lot of change. But what I heard a lot more about was velocity, innovation, and kind of the scale at which you have to do these things, rather than the cost and the optimization. That's fascinating. Can you tell us a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, you know, cost optimization, performance, that goes into it. But really, when you think about the customer value, right? They want to know that the systems are scalable, that they're reliable, and that we're able to deliver as quickly as we possibly can. And absolutely, during those times, especially during the month of March in 2020, we had to deliver almost on a daily cadence as we kept up to pace with the changing dynamics. But you know, I think there's a really important story here around our journey and our partnership with NetApp. I mean, we started in managed hosting data centers that were on-premise. We use a lot of NetApp in those data centers. At one point, we hit, I think, about 15 petabytes of data that we were hosting, and you know, that was great and it served a great purpose. But there are challenges to how quickly you can move in physical data centers, right?
True.
I mean, you know, our provisioning processes were measured in weeks or months, right? And when you have to move at the scale of, you know, changing industry needs, you need to move a lot faster than that. And that was really why we picked AWS as our cloud vendor of choice to move to. It's why we picked NetApp Ontap to be able to accelerate our journey with storage, to be able to leverage the API systems that allow our orchestration layer to be able to take a lot of the time out of the provisioning process and spend that time more on innovation, right? We want to spend a lot more time on delivering value, not on
setting up and
exactly
administering the systems,
absolutely.
which I totally agree. I think the laws of physics have changed.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, yep, and we need to keep pace.
Very, very fascinating. So anything that you, from this, now that you are getting into, I would call it a new world where earlier it was almost separated between on-prem and kind of cloud. Now it's kind of merging together and you have to take care of both the communities. Any learnings from it for NetApp and AWS? Like, what can we do better, more to help you and your kind of community?
It's been a journey that we've done together, right? That we've done with AWS, with Amazon. And when I think about that journey, right, you know, going from on-prem and going to the cloud, you know, we have benefited so much from the ability to tap into automation and orchestration, to be able to tap into the reliability of NetApp Ontap in the AWS cloud, which is something that we couldn't match with other storage systems that we tried before NetApp Ontap was available. We want to be able to focus on driving forward the educational technology community. We want to spend a lot less time on services that, you know, that are a little bit more commoditized, that we can trust in our partners with AWS and on NetApp to deliver. FSx Ontap offers a really interesting opportunity for us to be able to benefit from some of those managed services.
The best of both in a way, right? You get it as a service and you get it totally integrated kind of as a consumption rather than having you to manage it and operate it and run it.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to switch gears on this lighter moment. You know, I can't but not look like, you know, outside. Like, this is really actually phenomenal. This is cool.
This is absolutely beautiful. It reminds me of Venice itself,
Yep, absolutely.
I think the only thing that's missing might be the singing.
That's true.
Well,
Should we try that?
I can take care of that, yeah.
Come on, Ezio, can you give us a little?
Bella cosa giornata sole, n'aria serena dopo una tempesta. E l'aria fresca pareggia una festa. Che bella cosa una giornata al sole.
Thank you so much. I'm sure it was all about two buddies on a boat, right?
Absolutely, yep.
That's all this was. No, but thank you, Chris. Thanks for your time. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. I hope you get some fun here too while you're at it. You know, not just all business, but thank you for this time. Thank you for this sharing all these details with us, and look forward to a stronger partnership
This has been
together.
great. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. It's been wonderful.
Awesome.
Bob's got a new big boss. He's also got a new big problem.
more stringent mandates for backup and recovery. In the event of a disaster, all critical workloads must be restored within an hour. His recovery time objective, with no loss of data beyond an hour from the failure. His recovery point objective. This news makes Bob hyperventilate for about an hour. You see, Bob uses traditional backup software, so his backups take over 2 hours to complete, which means he's only able to run them once a day, normally between midnight and 2 a.m., so he doesn't impact users. Should a disaster hit, Bob's recovery point is likely to be at least a business day out of date. This news does not go over well with the new boss, who tells Bob to just do what he needs to get it done. A few days later, Bob submits a PO for new backup servers and storage, networking hardware, rack and cables, plus additional extended backup software licenses. This goes over even less well. So Bob makes another list of possible places to find a new job. Bob's friend DJ gets a similar mandate from her boss, but her boss also gives her data management solutions from NetApp. So when she's hit with 1 hour RTO and RPO requirements, all DJ has to do is log in to NetApp Cloud Manager, open the Cloud Backup Service tab, and change her settings to create snapshots to Azure Cloud every hour. And that's it. Since Cloud Backup uses block-level incremental forever technology, her snapshots are super fast and don't impact user availability or performance, so she's continually protected. Restores are lightning fast too, so DJ can get users back up and running with minimal business impact. And it protects both her on-premises and cloud storage with the same policies. The NetApp Cloud portfolio makes backup windows a thing of the past and keeps DJ's data and her job completely safe. Make your boss happy with NetApp, the cloud storage specialist. Bob's company is venturing into the online wine business. Bob's no connoisseur. He likes his wine like his IT solutions, slightly chilled and served from a box. But he's excited to deploy his new Kubernetes-based transaction processing app for wine sales. Problem is, despite Kubernetes giving Bob the ability to deploy apps super quickly, his standard IT toolset offers no insight into the highly dynamic Kubernetes infrastructure. And his team isn't up to speed on containerized workloads, so their old, familiar tools are all they've got. One fateful Friday, a new Pinotage with a 99-point rating and a very reasonable price point hits Bob's wine store, and demand rises like a tsunami. But by 5:15, customer complaints are pouring in, and thousands of bottles are trapped in online shopping carts. Bob's at a loss because his Kubernetes cluster appears to be running fine. And his team all report that the individual components they each own are fine. Bob's hit with hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost revenue before they can even identify the issue. Bob's friend DJ uses Kubernetes to deploy apps for her online chocolate shop. But unlike Bob, her team uses NetApp Cloud Insights. So when a major sugar rush hits one Friday evening, Cloud Insights automatically alerts her team that the web store app is developing a problem. A node within her cluster is failing, and an outage is looming. DJ uses the Kubernetes Explorer feature of Cloud Insights to get a graphical view of the entire landscape and drills down into the failing cluster. Within seconds, she's pinpointed the specific node that's over capacity and allocates a larger volume to fix the problem. This sweet solution means no downtime and no lost business. DJ celebrates by ordering up her second favorite cluster type, the kind with chocolate and peanuts. A transaction that's heartily approved by NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. Bob is an IT admin. When his boss mentions an audit and asks Bob to send a report of all data backups, Bob goes into a panic. You see, Bob's company is global, with employees and data spread out in locations around the world. That means 71 different file servers, with 71 different backups each cycle, and limited visibility for Bob. So when he needs to collect backup reports, Bob has to pick up the phone and call the remote office in Thailand, and Portugal, and Brazil, and every other office, and hope that whoever answers can provide an updated backup report, if their file server has been backed up at all. Bob's friend DJ is also an IT admin. But unlike Bob, DJ uses NetApp Cloud Volume's Edge Cache to consolidate her file servers into a single footprint, accessible from any location in real time. Cloud Volume's Edge Cache automatically caches often used files locally for each location, providing those users immediate access to whatever files they need. So, when John in Boston needs to open up a slide deck just updated by Jan in Bangkok, he doesn't have 10 minutes of latency waiting for the file to open. It pops up immediately. And since DJ manages the centralized storage, she takes news of an audit in stride. With a few clicks, she creates a report of the backup history, plus a complete audit and compliance report produced by NetApp's Cloud Data Sense, and a threat report from Cloud Secure, all of which she emails to her boss within minutes. And that's bonus points for DJ, thanks to NetApp, the cloud storage specialist. Bob's company is working on a huge infrastructure project, building a highway bridge over a river gorge out west. It's not going well. On the positive side, they've got an amazing team of specialized engineers from all over the world. That's also the negative side. With the distributed team needing to collaborate on huge CAD files, extreme latency issues introduce significant unforeseen costs, risk, and delays. Even in the main office, where the data is stored, engineers have to wait for colleagues to complete work and transfer the file back. The risk of conflict and overwrite from unsynced files is just too great. Bob's only workaround is to implement a strict follow-the-sun schedule, with only one location at a time allowed to work on the CAD files, which means project overruns and exploding budgets. Even with the regimented schedule, Bob worries about conflicting updates to the files, where even a tiny discrepancy can have enormous consequences. DJ's company is in the middle of building a massive dam in the same western region, and it's going great. NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache lets her team collaborate in real time on a single, centralized set of files. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache automatically caches the files each engineer needs locally for fast access. It's as if the entire team was working from the same office, which means extremely low latency and no delays. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache also manages file access with real-time global locking. So even when a remote user is working off a cached copy, the CAD file remains under centralized control. This eliminates the risk of data conflicts or file overwrites and provides a single source of truth for every file across the entire project. DJ knows that Cloud Volumes Edge Cache is a future-proof solution that always delivers the right data to the right place at the right time. Courtesy of NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. The demand for virtual desktops is skyrocketing, and both Bob and DJ are expected to deliver simple VDI solutions for globally distributed workspaces. For DJ, this is no problem, because her company uses NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache. This means users around the world can use centralized storage, as if it was local. This makes DJ, her boss, and their global workforce very happy. Bob's company doesn't use Cloud Volumes Edge Cache, so his workspaces around the world each require dedicated storage, with lots of moving parts and redundant software. Bob also needs to spend time on backup, compliance, DR, and more at each site, for both user data and shared files. It gets even more complex when Bob factors in workflows and applications that require collaboration between sites. This makes Bob and his boss very nervous. DJ's whiteboard, on the other hand, reveals a simple solution that actually is simple, a hub-and-spoke approach that connects all distributed workspaces. This means users around the world access centralized storage as if it was local. This makes collaboration a breeze because everyone is using the same data, with only one location for DJ to back up, manage, audit, and keep compliant. Even better, NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache supports FSLogic storage containers. So everyone's data travels with them across the globe and caches automatically anywhere they go, which means a virtual desktop that delivers local performance. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache lets DJ keep things simple and keep plenty of white space on her whiteboard. Courtesy of NetApp, the cloud storage specialists.
All right, gentlemen, we ready? Absolutely. Watch your step here.
Okay. Okay.
Capitano. Nice to meet you. Thank you. All right.
Chris, 2 guys on a boat. Who would have imagined a gondola in Vegas, 70 degrees? It's not Venice, but pretty close.
Very
What
nice,
do you think?
very
This is a
nice.
special ride.
Absolutely.
I'm really fortunate to have you
Beautiful.
here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We'll talk about a few things, but let me just kick it off by learning a little bit about you, Chris, about Blackboard, and kind of the journey that you've had so far.
Yeah. So Blackboard is an educational technology company. We support learners and educators around the globe, about 180 million users in about 80 countries around the world. We work very closely with the educational community. Educational technology saw a very, very significant growth as entire countries and continents changed their approach to fully online learning at a moment's notice. I'll also say that it's been a very exciting time more recently as we've announced the merge with Anthology. Anthology is a company that is delivering educational technology products that really focus on the full student life cycle and in the North American higher education market. So it's been a really good fit, a lot of energy between the two companies as we've combined in this new organization for Anthology.
That's a lot of change. But what I heard a lot more about was velocity, innovation, and kind of the scale at which you have to do these things rather than the cost and the optimization. That's fascinating. Can you tell us a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, cost optimization, performance, that goes into it. But really, when you think about the customer value, right? They want to know that the systems are scalable, that they're reliable, and that we're able to deliver as quickly as we possibly can. And absolutely, during those times, especially during the month of March in 2020, we had to deliver almost on a daily cadence as we kept up to pace with the changing dynamics. But I think there's a really important story here around our journey and our partnership with NetApp. I mean, we started in managed hosting data centers that were on-premise. We use a lot of NetApp in those data centers. At one point, we hit, I think, about 15 petabytes of data that we were hosting, and that was great and it served a great purpose. But there are challenges to how quickly you can move in physical data centers, right?
True.
I mean, our provisioning processes were measured in weeks or months, right? And when you have to move at the scale of changing industry needs, you need to move a lot faster than that. And that was really why we picked AWS as our cloud vendor of choice to move to. It's why we picked NetApp Ontap to be able to accelerate our journey with storage, to be able to leverage the API systems that allow our orchestration layer to be able to take a lot of the time out of the provisioning process and spend that time more on innovation, right? We want to spend a lot more time on delivering value, not on
setting up and
exactly
administering the systems,
absolutely.
which I totally agree. I think the laws of physics have changed.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, yep, and we need to keep pace.
Very, very fascinating. So anything that now that you are getting into, I would call it a new world where earlier it was almost separated between on-prem and kind of cloud. Now it's kind of merging together and you have to take care of both the communities. Any learnings from it for NetApp and AWS? Like what can we do better, more to help you and your kind of community?
It's been a journey that we've done together, right? That we've done with AWS, with Amazon. And when I think about that journey, right, going from on-prem and going to the cloud, we have benefited so much from the ability to tap into automation and orchestration, to be able to tap into the reliability of NetApp Ontap in the AWS cloud, which is something that we couldn't match with other storage systems that we tried before NetApp Ontap was available. We want to be able to focus on driving forward the educational technology community. We want to spend a lot less time on services that that are a little bit more commoditized, that we can trust in our partners with AWS and on NetApp to deliver. FSx Ontap offers a really interesting opportunity for us to be able to benefit from some of those managed services.
The best of both in a way, right? You get it
Absolutely.
as a service and you get it totally integrated kind of as a consumption rather than having you to manage it and operate it and run it.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to switch gears on this lighter moment. You know, I can't but not look like, you know, outside. Like this is really actually phenomenal. This is cool.
This is absolutely beautiful. It reminds me of Venice itself, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I think the only thing that's missing might be the singing.
That's true.
Well,
Should
I
we try
can take
that?
care of that, yeah.
Come on, Ezio, can you give us a little?
Bella cosa una giornata sole, n'aria serena dopo una tempesta. E l'aria fresca parreggia una festa. Che bella cosa una giornata al sole.
Thank you so much. I'm sure it was all about two buddies on a boat, right?
Absolutely, yep.
That's all this was. No, but thank you, Chris. Thanks for your time. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. I hope you get some fun here too while you're at it. You know, not just all business, but thank you for this time. Thank you for this sharing all these details with us, and look forward to a stronger partnership
This has been
together.
great. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. It's been wonderful.
Awesome.
Bob's got a new big boss. He's also got a new big problem: more stringent mandates for backup and recovery. In the event of a disaster, all critical workloads must be restored within an hour. His recovery time objective, with no loss of data beyond an hour from the failure. His recovery point objective. This news makes Bob hyperventilate for about an hour. You see, Bob uses traditional backup software, so his backups take over 2 hours to complete, which means he's only able to run them once a day, normally between midnight and 2 a.m., so he doesn't impact users. Should a disaster hit, Bob's recovery point is likely to be at least a business day out of date. This news does not go over well with the new boss, who tells Bob to just do what he needs to get it done. A few days later, Bob submits a PO for new backup servers and storage, networking hardware, rack and cables, plus additional extended backup software licenses. This goes over even less well. So Bob makes another list of possible places to find a new job. Bob's friend DJ gets a similar mandate from her boss, but her boss also gives her data management solutions from NetApp. So when she's hit with 1 hour RTO and RPO requirements, all DJ has to do is log in to NetApp Cloud Manager, open the Cloud Backup Service tab, and change her settings to create snapshots to Azure Cloud every hour. And that's it. Since Cloud Backup uses block-level incremental forever technology, her snapshots are super fast and don't impact user availability or performance, so she's continually protected. Restores are lightning fast too, so DJ can get users back up and running with minimal business impact. And it protects both her on-premises and cloud storage with the same policies. The NetApp Cloud portfolio makes backup Windows a thing of the past and keeps DJ's data and her job completely safe. Make your boss happy with NetApp, the cloud storage specialist. Bob's company is venturing into the online wine business. Bob's no connoisseur. He likes his wine like his IT solutions, slightly chilled and served from a box. But he's excited to deploy his new Kubernetes-based transaction processing app for wine sales. Problem is, despite Kubernetes giving Bob the ability to deploy apps super quickly, his standard IT toolset offers no insight into the highly dynamic Kubernetes infrastructure. And his team isn't up to speed on containerized workloads, so their old, familiar tools are all they've got. One fateful Friday, a new Pinotage with a 99-point rating and a very reasonable price point hits Bob's wine store, and demand rises like a tsunami. But by 5:15, customer complaints are pouring in, and thousands of bottles are trapped in online shopping carts. Bob's at a loss because his Kubernetes cluster appears to be running fine. And his team all report that the individual components they each own are fine. Bob's hit with hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost revenue before they can even identify the issue. Bob's friend DJ uses Kubernetes to deploy apps for her online chocolate shop. But unlike Bob, her team uses NetApp Cloud Insights. So So when a major sugar rush hits one Friday evening, Cloud Insights automatically alerts her team that the web store app is developing a problem. A node within her cluster is failing, and an outage is looming. DJ uses the Kubernetes Explorer feature of Cloud Insights to get a graphical view of the entire landscape and drills down into the failing cluster. Within seconds, she's pinpointed the specific node that's over capacity and allocates a larger volume to fix the problem. This sweet solution means no downtime and no lost business. DJ celebrates by ordering up her second favorite cluster type, the kind with chocolate and peanuts. A transaction that's hardly approved by NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. Bob is an IT admin. When his boss mentions an audit and asks Bob to send a report of all data backups, Bob goes into a panic. You see, Bob's company is global, with employees and data spread out in locations around the world. That means 71 different file servers, with 71 different backups each cycle, and limited visibility for Bob. So when he needs to collect backup reports, Bob has to pick up the phone and call the remote office in Thailand, and Portugal, and Brazil, and every other office, and hope that whoever answers can provide an updated backup report, if their file server has been backed up at all. Bob's friend DJ is also an IT admin. But unlike Bob, DJ uses NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache to consolidate her file servers into a single footprint, accessible from any location in real time. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache automatically caches often used files locally for each location, providing those users immediate access to whatever files they need. So, when John in Boston needs to open up a slide deck just updated by Jan in Bangkok, he doesn't have 10 minutes of latency waiting for the file to open. It pops up immediately. And since DJ manages the centralized storage, she takes news of an audit in stride. With a few clicks, she creates a report of the backup history, plus a complete audit and compliance report produced by NetApp's Cloud Data Sense, and a threat report from Cloud Secure, all of which she emails to her boss within minutes. And that's bonus points for DJ, thanks to NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. Bob's company is working on a huge infrastructure project, building a highway bridge over a river gorge out west. It's not going well. On the positive side, they've got an amazing team of specialized engineers from all over the world. That's also the negative side. With the distributed team needing to collaborate on huge CAD files, extreme latency issues introduce significant unforeseen costs, risk, and delays. Even in the main office, where the data is stored, engineers have to wait for colleagues to complete work and transfer the file back. The risk of conflict and overwrite from unsynced files is just too great. Bob's only workaround is to implement a strict follow-the-sun schedule, with only one location at a time allowed to work on the CAD files, which means project overruns and exploding budgets. Even with the regimented schedule, Bob worries about conflicting updates to the files, where even a tiny discrepancy can have enormous consequences. DJ's company is in the middle of building a massive dam in the same western region, and it's going great. NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache lets her team collaborate in real time on a single, centralized set of files. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache automatically caches the files each engineer needs locally for fast access. It's as if the entire team was working from the same office, which means extremely low latency and no delays. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache also manages file access with real-time global locking. So even when a remote user is working off a cached copy, the CAD file remains under centralized control. This eliminates the risk of data conflicts or file overwrites and provides a single source of truth for every file across the entire project. DJ knows that Cloud Volumes Edge Cache is a future-proof solution that always delivers the right data to the right place at the right time. Courtesy of NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. The demand for virtual desktops is skyrocketing, and both Bob and DJ are expected to deliver simple VDI solutions for globally distributed workspaces. For DJ, this is no problem, because her company uses NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache. This means users around the world can use centralized storage, as if it was local. This makes DJ, her boss, and their global workforce very happy. Bob's company doesn't use Cloud Volumes Edge Cache, so his workspaces around the world each require dedicated storage, with lots of moving parts and redundant software. Bob also needs to spend time on backup, compliance, DR, and more at each site, for both user data and shared files. It gets even more complex when Bob factors in workflows and applications that require collaboration between sites. This makes Bob, and his boss, very nervous. DJ's whiteboard, on the other hand, reveals a simple solution that actually is simple, a hub and spoke approach that connects all distributed workspaces. This means users around the world access centralized storage as if it was local. This makes collaboration a breeze because everyone is using the same data, with only one location for DJ to back up, manage, audit, and keep compliant. Even better, NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache supports FSLogic storage containers. So everyone's data travels with them across the globe and caches automatically anywhere they go, which means a virtual desktop that delivers local performance. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache lets DJ keep things simple and keep plenty of white space on her whiteboard. Courtesy of NetApp, the cloud storage specialists.
All right, gentlemen, we ready?
Absolutely. Watch your step here.
Okay. Okay.
Capitano.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. All right.
Chris, two guys on a boat. Who would have imagined a gondola in Vegas, 70 degrees? It's not Venice, but pretty close.
Very
What do you
nice,
think? This is
very
a special ride. I'm really fortunate to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We'll talk about a few things, but let me just kick it off by learning a little bit about you, Chris, about Blackboard, and kind of the journey that you've had so far.
Yeah. So Blackboard is an educational technology company. We support learners and educators around the globe, about 180 million users in about 80 countries around the world. We work very closely with the educational community. Educational technology saw a very, very significant growth as entire countries and continents changed their approach to fully online learning at a moment's notice. I'll also say that it's been a very exciting time more recently as we've announced the merge with Anthology. Anthology is a company that is delivering educational technology products that really focus on the full student life cycle and in the North American higher education market. So it's been a really good fit, a lot of energy between the two companies as we've combined in this new organization for Anthology.
That's a lot of change. But what I heard a lot more about was velocity, innovation, and kind of the scale at which you have to do these things rather than the cost and the optimization. That's fascinating. Can you tell us a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, cost optimization, performance, that goes into it. But really, when you think about the customer value, right? They want to know that the systems are scalable, that they're reliable, and that we're able to deliver as quickly as we possibly can. And absolutely, during those times, especially during the month of March in 2020, we had to deliver almost on a daily cadence as we kept up to pace with the changing dynamics. But I think there's a really important story here around our journey and our partnership with NetApp. I mean, we started in managed hosting data centers that were on-premise. We use a lot of NetApp in those data centers. At one point, we hit, I think, about 15 petabytes of data that we were hosting. And that was great and it served a great purpose. But there are challenges to how quickly you can move in physical data centers, right?
True.
I mean, our provisioning processes were measured in weeks or months, right? And when you have to move at the scale of changing industry needs, you need to move a lot faster than that. And that was really why we picked AWS as our cloud vendor of choice to move to. It's why we picked NetApp Ontap to be able to accelerate our journey with storage, to be able to leverage the API systems that allow our orchestration layer to be able to take a lot of the time out of the provisioning process and spend that time more on innovation, right? We want to spend a lot more time on delivering value, not on
setting up and
exactly,
administering the systems,
absolutely.
which I totally agree. I think the laws of physics have changed.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, yep, and we need to keep pace.
Very, very fascinating. So anything that you, from this now that you are getting into, I would call it a new world where earlier it was almost separated between on-prem and kind of cloud. Now it's kind of merging together and you have to take care of both the communities. Any learnings from it for NetApp and AWS? Like what can we do better, more to help you and your kind of community?
It's been a journey that we've done together, right? That we've done with AWS, with Amazon. And when I think about that journey, right, going from on-prem and going to the cloud, we have benefited so much from the ability to tap into automation and orchestration, to be able to tap into the reliability of NetApp Ontap in the AWS cloud, which is something that we couldn't match with other storage systems that we tried before NetApp Ontap was available. We want to be able to focus on driving forward the educational technology community. We want to spend a lot less time on services that, that are a little bit more commoditized, that we can trust in our partners with AWS and on NetApp to deliver. FSx Ontap offers a really interesting opportunity for us to be able to benefit from some of those managed services.
The best of both in a way, right? You get it as a service and you get it totally integrated kind of as a consumption rather than having you to manage it and operate it and run it.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to switch gears on this lighter moment. I can't but not look like, outside. Like this is really actually phenomenal. This is cool.
This is absolutely beautiful. It reminds me of Venice itself, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I think the only thing that's missing might be the singing.
That's true.
Well,
Should we try that?
I can take care of that, yeah.
Come on, Ezio, can you give us a little?
Che bella cosa una giornata e sole, un'aria serena dopo una tempesta. E l'aria fresca pareggia una festa. Che bella cosa una giornata al sole.
Thank you so much. I'm sure it was all about two buddies on a boat, right?
Absolutely, yep.
That's all this was. No, but thank you, Chris. Thanks for your time. Really
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. I hope you get some fun here too while you're at it. Not just all business, but thank you for this time. Thank you for this sharing all these details with us, and look forward to a stronger partnership
This has been
together.
great. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. It's been wonderful.
Awesome.
Bob's got a new big boss. He's also got a new big problem: more stringent mandates for backup and recovery. In the event of a disaster, all critical workloads must be restored within an hour. His recovery time objective, with no loss of data beyond an hour from the failure. His recovery point objective. This news makes Bob hyperventilate for about an hour. You see, Bob uses traditional backup software, so his backups take over 2 hours to complete, which means he's only able to run them once a day, normally between midnight and 2 a.m., so he doesn't impact users. Should a disaster hit, Bob's recovery point is likely to be at least a business day out of date. This news does not go over well with the new boss, who tells Bob to just do what he needs to get it done. A few days later, Bob submits a PO for new backup servers and storage, networking hardware, rack and cables, plus additional extended backup software licenses. This goes over even less well. So Bob makes another list of possible places to find a new job. Bob's friend DJ gets a similar mandate from her boss, but her boss also gives her data management solutions from NetApp. So when she's hit with 1 hour RTO and RPO requirements, all DJ has to do is log in to NetApp Cloud Manager, open the Cloud Backup Service tab, and change her settings to create snapshots to Azure Cloud every hour. And that's it. Since Cloud Backup uses block-level incremental forever technology, her snapshots are super fast and don't impact user availability or performance, so she's continually protected. Restores are lightning fast too, so DJ can get users back up and running with minimal business impact. And it protects both her on-premises and cloud storage with the same policies. The NetApp cloud portfolio makes backup Windows a thing of the past and keeps DJ's data and her job completely safe. Make your boss happy with NetApp, the cloud storage specialist. Bob's company is venturing into the online wine business. Bob's no connoisseur. He likes his wine like his IT solutions, slightly chilled and served from a box. But he's excited to deploy his new Kubernetes-based transaction processing app for wine sales. Problem is, despite Kubernetes giving Bob the ability to deploy apps super quickly, his standard IT toolset offers no insight into the highly dynamic Kubernetes infrastructure. And his team isn't up to speed on containerized workloads, so their old, familiar tools are all they've got. One fateful Friday, a new Pinotage with a 99-point rating and a very reasonable price point hits Bob's wine store, and demand rises like a tsunami. But by 5:15, customer complaints are pouring in, and thousands of bottles are trapped in online shopping carts. Bob's at a loss because his Kubernetes cluster appears to be running fine. And his team all report that the individual components they each own are fine. Bob's hit with hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost revenue before they can even identify the issue. Bob's friend DJ uses Kubernetes to deploy apps for her online chocolate shop. But unlike Bob, her team uses NetApp Cloud Insights. So when a major sugar rush hits one Friday evening, Cloud Insights automatically alerts her team that the web store app is developing a problem. A node within her cluster is failing, and an outage is looming. DJ uses the Kubernetes Explorer feature of Cloud Insights to get a graphical view of the entire landscape and drills down into the failing cluster. Within seconds, she's pinpointed the specific node that's over capacity and allocates a larger volume to fix the problem. This sweet solution means no downtime and no lost business. DJ celebrates by ordering up her second favorite cluster type, the kind with chocolate and peanuts. A transaction that's hardly approved by NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. Bob is an IT admin. When his boss mentions an audit and asks Bob to send a report of all data backups, Bob goes into a panic. You see, Bob's company is global, with employees and data spread out in locations around the world. That means 71 different file servers, with 71 different backups each cycle, and limited visibility for Bob. So when he needs to collect backup reports, Bob has to pick up the phone and call the remote office in Thailand, and Portugal, and Brazil, and every other office, and hope that whoever answers can provide an updated backup report, if their file server has been backed up at all. Bob's friend DJ is also an IT admin. But unlike Bob, DJ uses NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache to consolidate her file servers into a single footprint, accessible from any location in real time. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache automatically caches often used files locally for each location, providing those users immediate access to whatever files they need. So, when John in Boston needs to open up a slide deck just updated by Jan in Bangkok, he doesn't have 10 minutes of latency waiting for the file to open. It pops up immediately. And since DJ manages the centralized storage, she takes news of an audit in stride. With a few clicks, she creates a report of the backup history, plus a complete audit and compliance report produced by NetApp's Cloud Data Sense, and a threat report from Cloud Secure, all of which she emails to her boss within minutes. And that's bonus points for DJ, thanks to NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. Bob's company is working on a huge infrastructure project, building a highway bridge over a river gorge out west. It's not going well. On the positive side, they've got an amazing team of specialized engineers from all over the world. That's also the negative side. With the distributed team needing to collaborate on huge CAD files, extreme latency issues introduce significant unforeseen costs, risk, and delays. Even in the main office, where the data is stored, engineers have to wait for colleagues to complete work and transfer the file back. The risk of conflict and overwrite from unsynced files is just too great. Bob's only workaround is to implement a strict follow-the-sun schedule, with only one location at a time allowed to work on the CAD files, which means project overruns and exploding budgets. Even with the regimented schedule, Bob worries about conflicting updates to the files, where even a tiny discrepancy can can have enormous consequences. DJ's company is in the middle of building a massive dam in the same western region, and it's going great. NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache lets her team collaborate in real time on a single, centralized set of files. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache automatically caches the files each engineer needs locally for fast access. It's as if the entire team was working from the same office, which means extremely low latency and no delays. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache also manages file access with real-time global locking. So even when a remote user is working off a cached copy, the CAD file remains under centralized control. This eliminates the risk of data conflicts or file overwrites and provides a single source of truth for every file across the entire project. DJ knows that Cloud Volumes Edge Cache is a future-proof solution that always delivers the right data to the right place at the right time. Courtesy of NetApp, the cloud storage specialists. The demand for virtual desktops is skyrocketing, and both Bob and DJ are expected to deliver simple VDI solutions for globally distributed workspaces. For DJ, this is no problem because her company uses NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache. This means users around the world can use centralized storage as if it was local. This makes DJ, her boss, and their global workforce very happy. Bob's company doesn't use Cloud Volumes Edge Cache, so his workspaces around the world each require dedicated storage, with lots of moving parts and redundant software. Bob also needs to spend time on backup, compliance, DR, and more at each site, for both user data and shared files. It gets even more complex when Bob factors in workflows and applications that require collaboration between sites. This makes Bob and his boss very nervous. DJ's whiteboard, on the other hand, reveals a simple solution that actually is simple, a hub and spoke approach that connects all distributed workspaces. This means users around the world access centralized storage as if it was local. This makes collaboration a breeze because everyone is using the same data, with only one location for DJ to back up, manage, audit, and keep compliant. Even better, NetApp Cloud Volumes Edge Cache supports FSLogic storage containers. So everyone's data travels with them across the globe and caches automatically anywhere they go, which means a virtual desktop that delivers local performance. Cloud Volumes Edge Cache lets DJ keep things simple and keep plenty of white space on her whiteboard. Courtesy of NetApp, the cloud storage specialists.
All right, gentlemen, we ready?
Absolutely. Watch your step here.
Okay. Okay.
Capitano. Nice to meet you. Thank you. All right.
Chris, two guys on a boat. Who would have imagined a gondola in Vegas, 70 degrees? It's not Venice, but pretty close.
Very
What do you
nice,
think? This is a special ride. I'm really fortunate to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We'll talk about a few things, but let me just kick it off by learning a little bit about you, Chris, about Blackboard, and kind of the journey that you've had so far.
Yeah. So Blackboard is an educational technology company. We support learners and educators around the globe, about 180 million users in about 80 countries around the world. We work very closely with the educational community. Educational technology saw a very, very significant growth as entire countries and continents changed their approach to fully online learning at a moment's notice. I'll also say that it's been a very exciting time more recently as we've announced the merge with Anthology. Anthology is a company that is delivering educational technology products that really focus on the full student life cycle and in the North American higher education market. So it's been a really good fit, a lot of energy between the two companies as we've combined in this new organization for Anthology.
That's a lot of change. But what I heard a lot more about was velocity, innovation, and kind of the scale at which you had to do these things rather than the cost and the optimization. That's fascinating. Can you tell us a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, you know, cost optimization, performance, that goes into it. But really, when you think about the customer value, right? They want to know that the systems are scalable, that they're reliable, and that we're able to deliver as quickly as we possibly can. And absolutely, during those times, especially during the month of March in 2020, we had to deliver almost on a daily cadence as we kept up to pace with the changing dynamics. But you know, I think there's a really important story here around our journey and our partnership with NetApp. I mean, we started in managed hosting data centers that were on-premise. We use a lot of NetApp in those data centers. At one point, we hit, I think, about 15 petabytes of data that we were hosting, and you know, that was great and it served a great purpose. But there are challenges to how quickly you can move in physical data centers, right?
True.
I mean, you know, our provisioning processes were measured in weeks or months, right? And when you have to move at the scale of, you know, changing industry needs, you need to move a lot faster than that. And that was really why we picked AWS as our cloud vendor of choice to move to. It's why we picked NetApp Ontap to be able to accelerate our journey with storage, to be able to leverage the API systems that allow our orchestration layer to be able to take a lot of the time out of the provisioning process and spend that time more on innovation, right? We want to spend a lot more time on delivering value, not on
setting up and
exactly
administering the systems,
absolutely.
which I totally agree. I think the laws of physics have changed.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, yep, and we need to keep pace.
Very, very fascinating. So anything that you, from this, now that you are getting into, I would call it a new world where earlier it was almost separated between on-prem and kind of cloud. Now it's kind of merging together and you have to take care of both the communities. Any learnings from it for NetApp and AWS? Like, what can we do better, more to help you and your kind of community?
It's been a journey that we've done together, right? That we've done with AWS, with Amazon. And when I think about that journey, right, you know, going from on-prem and going to the cloud, you know, we have benefited so much from the ability to tap into automation and orchestration, to be able to tap into the reliability of NetApp Ontap in the AWS cloud, which is something that we couldn't match with other storage systems that we tried before NetApp Ontap was available. We want to be able to focus on driving forward the educational technology community. We want to spend a lot less time on services that, you know, that are a little bit more commoditized, that we can trust in our partners with AWS and on NetApp to deliver. FSx Ontap offers a really interesting opportunity for us to be able to benefit from some of those managed services.
The best of both in a way, right? You get it as a service and you get it totally integrated kind of as a consumption rather than having you to manage it and operate it and run it.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to switch gears on this lighter moment. You know, I can't but not look like, you know, outside. Like, this is really actually phenomenal. This is cool.
This is absolutely beautiful. It reminds me of Venice itself,
Yep, absolutely.
I think the only thing that's missing might be the singing.
That's true.
Well,
Should we try that?
I can take care of that, yeah.
Come on, Ezio, can you give us a little?
Che bella cosa una giornata e sole, un'aria serena dopo una tempesta. E l'aria fresca pareggia una festa. Che bella cosa una giornata al sole.
Thank you so much. I'm sure it was all about two buddies on a boat, right?
Absolutely, yep.
That's all this was. No, but thank you, Chris. Thanks for your time. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. I hope you get some fun here too while you're at it. You know, not just all business, but thank you for this time. Thank you for this sharing all these details with us, and look forward to